Now I'm in.
Welcome, Commissioner Casanelli.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Hi, Bill. Hi, Lisa.
How are you doing?
Good, thank you. Pretty bright. Let me see if I can.
Good evening and welcome to the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting for Thursday, March 18th, 2021. The commissioners who are present for this evening's meeting are at City Hall and on Zoom. We also have staff from the city attorney and clerk's offices, as well as city planning department. If you're joining us on Zoom this evening, we can see that you are here. You may observe the meeting. However, your ability to be seen on the screen and talk will be muted. During the public testimony portion of the meeting, you will be unmuted and then be able to comment. Please note that we cannot take questions until the public testimony portion. If you have a process question during the meeting, please email cityclerk@meridiancity.org and they will reply to you as quickly as possible. If you simply want to watch the meeting, we encourage you to watch this streaming on the city's YouTube channel. You can access it at meridiancity.org/live. And with that, we'll begin with roll call.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Holland,
Here?
Commissioner Grove,
Here.
Commissioner Yearsley,
Here.
Commissioner Lorcher,
Here.
Commissioner Casanelli,
Here.
Commissioner McCarville.
Here.
Absent is Commissioner Seal.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. We have no changes this evening, so if I could get a motion to adopt the agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt the agenda. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. The next item on the is the consent agenda. And we have no items on the consent agenda this evening. Oh, no, we do. Thank you. Approve the minutes for March 4th, planning and zoning, and findings of fact conclusion law for Kitty Academy, H-2021-003, and findings of fact conclusion law for Lost Rapids drive-through H-2021-0001. Can I get a motion to accept the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to adopt the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. So at this time, I'll briefly explain the public hearing process that we have this evening. We'll open each item individually and begin with the staff report. Staff will report their findings on how the item adheres to our comprehensive plan and unified development code. After staff has made their presentation, the applicant will come forward to present their case and respond to staff comments. They will have 15 minutes to do so. After the applicant has finished, we will open the floor to public testimony. Each person will be called on only once during public testimony. The clerk will call the names individually of those who have signed up on our website in advance to testify. You will then be unmuted. Please state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address the commission. If you have previously sent pictures or a presentation for the meeting, it will be displayed on the screen and our clerk will run the presentation. If you have established that you are speaking on behalf of a larger group like an HOA where others from that group will not be speaking, you will have up to 10 minutes. After all those who have signed up in advance have spoken, we will invite any others who may wish to testify. If you wish to speak on a topic, you may press raise hand button on the Zoom app, or if you are only listening on the phone, press *9 and wait for your name to be called. If you're listening on multiple devices, a computer and a phone, for example, please be sure to mute those extra devices so we don't experience feedback and we can hear you clearly. When you're finished, if the commission does not have questions for you, you will be muted and no longer have the ability to speak. Please remember, we will not call on you a second time. After all testimony has been heard, the applicant will be given another 10 minutes to come back and respond. When the applicant has finished responding to questions and concerns, we'll close the public hearing and the commissioners will have the opportunity to discuss and hopefully be able to make a recommendation or final decision to City Council as needed. So at this time, we'll open the public hearing for Sadie Creek, item number H-2021-0006, and we'll begin with the staff report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. The first application before you tonight is a request for a conditional use permit. This site consists of 1.18 acres of land, zone CG, located south of East Ustick Road on the west side of North Eagle Road. Adjacent land use and zoning to the north is vacant undeveloped land, zone CG. To the south is a drive-through restaurant, Jimmy John's, zone CG. To the east is Eagle Road, and across Eagle Road is commercial businesses, zone CG. To the west is vacant undeveloped land approved for Villa Sport, an indoor-outdoor recreation facility, zone CG. This property was annexed back in 2005 with the requirement of a development agreement, which was later amended in 2019 to exclude this property, which is now included in the Villa Sport development agreement. The comprehensive plan future land use map designation is mixed use regional for this site. A conditional use permit is requested for a drive-through within 300 feet of another drive-through facility, Jimmy John's, directly to the south, which requires conditional use approval per the UDC. The use is a 2,250 square foot coffee shop and is subject to the specific use standards listed in UDC 11.4.3.11 for drive-through establishments and 11.4.3.4.9 for restaurants. Staff has reviewed these standards and finds at over 400 feet, the stacking lane should have sufficient capacity to serve the use without obstructing driveways and drive aisles by patrons and will hold approximately 21 vehicles. The stacking lane is a separate lane from the circulation lanes needed for access and parking and does not conflict with drive-through to the south and is not located adjacent to a residential district or residence. An escape lane is proposed. The drive-through window is visible from the public right-of-way for surveillance purposes as required. Parking is proposed in excess actually of UDC standards. Restaurants require a minimum of 1 space per 250 square feet of gross floor area. Other commercial uses require 1 space per 500 square feet. To ensure adequate parking is provided in the event other tenant spaces are occupied by restaurants, staff recommends parking is provided at the standards for restaurants for the overall site, which would require a minimum of 30 spaces. 32 spaces are proposed. The development agreement for Villa Sport project, which also governs this site, requires all of the frontage improvements, i.e. landscape, street buffers, sidewalks, pedestrian lighting, pathways, etc., to be installed with the first phase of development. The Villa Sport project is anticipated to be the first phase. However, if this project ends up developing first, it's responsible for these improvements, including those off-site. Conceptual building elevations were submitted as shown for the multi-tenant building shell that incorporate a mix of materials consisting of formed metal wall panels with metal flashing, brick and glass storefront with a flat roof. Final design is required to comply with the design standards in the Architectural Standards Manual. Written testimony was received from Tamara Thompson, the land group, and she is in agreement with the staff report. Staff is recommending approval with the conditions in the report. Staff will stand for any questions.
Any questions for staff?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Casanelli.
Sonia, a quick question on the drive-through capacity. It seems pretty big, but I know there's some brands out there that seem to get way more traffic than others. Is that on this particular development, is that a concern, or is that, it seems adequate, but I just wanted to get a feel for what staff thought on that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Casanelli, commissioners, I did discuss that with the applicant actually, and they did assure me that this was not one of those users that creates a excessive amount of traffic, but you can certainly direct that question to them also if you'd like.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Would the applicant like to come forward?
Good afternoon. This is Tamara Thompson with the Land Group. Just want to make sure you can hear me. Yes? Awesome. My address is 462 East Shore Drive in Eagle. I'm representing the property owner for this application. This is a conditional use permit for a drive-through. What you're seeing on the site is the site plan, and it is for it's a multi-tenant building with a drive-through for a coffee user on the north side. Just to answer Commissioners Casanelli's question, we did look at bringing the stacking lane through the parking area, but that would just cause conflicts with backing traffic. And we had enough width on the property that we could keep that out of the parking area. We don't anticipate that cars will stack further back than the escape lane, but it just channelizes them and keeps them away from the rear people backing up into that drive-through area. So keeps those backing conflicts to a minimum. As Sonia said, we do have adequate parking for the use. We are fine with taking the 1 per 250 parking stalls across the entire building. We can provide that on what you're seeing here. We've read the staff report. We agree with the recommended conditions of approval, and we respectfully request your approval tonight, and I'll stand for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Tamara. Any questions for the applicant? They're being done. Do we have any public testimony for this?
Madam Chair, we had one person sign in to testify. That's Jeffrey DeAndrea.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just a different sheet. Thank you. I'll make note of that.
With no public testimony, is there anybody that didn't sign up that would like to comment on this application? Okay. With there being no public testimony, Tamara, do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, I'm nothing to add. Thank you.
And if we don't have any other questions for the applicant, could I get a motion to close the public hearing on item H-2021-0006?
So moved.
A second.
It has been moved and seconded to close the public hearing on H-2021-0006. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. That's quite the drive
Madam
aisle.
Chair?
I love it.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Casanelli.
My concern was, are there going to be 40 cars backed up in this thing, which I think there's a brand or two that does that. This doesn't appear to be that way. I'm in full support.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Holland.
I also appreciate that they didn't design the drive aisle through the parking lot, because I remember trying to back out many times out of a parking lot when there's a drive-through lane behind you. So I appreciate that they took the room to do that. I think it's pretty straightforward project, so no concerns on my side.
Madam Chair, this is Stephen Yearsley.
Yes, Commissioner Yearsley.
I agree. I think it's actually a really good design. I like how they've got the drive aisle outside of the parking area. I think it's a clean and efficient design, and I have no issues with it.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Holland.
I'm just going to go ahead. After considering all staff applicant and public testimony, I move to approve file number H-2021-0006 for the Sadie Creek drive-through with no modifications for the conditional use permit.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve H-2021-0006. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. So at this time, we will open hearing item H-2020-0074, 10 Mile Crossing, and we'll begin with the staff report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. The next applications before you are a request for a rezone and a preliminary plat. There is also a concurrent development agreement modification application submitted with these applications that is to be heard by City Council that does not require action by the commission. The site for the proposed subdivision consists of 132.42 acres of land zoned R40 and CG, and it's located east of South 10 Mile Road and south of West Franklin Road. The proposed plat encompasses land that was annexed with the 10 Mile Center, TM Creek East, Calnon, and Bainbridge Franklin projects. The comprehensive plan future land use map designations are commercial, mixed use residential, high density residential, and medium high density residential. The applicant requests a rezone of 40.98 acres of land from the R40 and CC to the CG zoning district, 3.9 acres from TNC and CG to R40, 0.65 acre from R8 and TNC to CG, and 0.53 acre from TNC to CG. The smaller areas proposed to be zoned CG will clean up the zoning in this area where it's irregular and doesn't follow parcel lines and or proposed streets. The area proposed to be rezoned to R40 south of the 10 Mile Creek will be an extension of the R40 zoning that exists to the west and will allow for the development of additional multifamily residential uses with conditional use approval. The proposed zoning and use is consistent with the underlying mixed-use residential future land use map designation. The target density for this designation is 8 to 12 units per acre. The future land use map designation of the abutting property to the west is high density residential, which allows multifamily residential uses at a target density of 16 to 25 units per acre. Future land use designations are not parcel specific, and an adjacent abutting designation, when appropriate and approved as part of a public hearing with a land development application, may be used. Because the high density residential designation allows for a higher density, staff recommends this designation apply to future development of this property, since the density will be higher than 12 units per acre if apartments are developed on the site similar to those to the west, i.e. TM Creek East apartments. Future development of this property is currently governed by the existing development agreements for 10 Mile Center and Calnon and Bainbridge, Franklin. Conceptual development plans were not approved for Calnon or 10 Mile with these projects, other than a conceptual street layout for the 10 Mile Center property. The larger area to be rezoned to CG between Franklin Road and the 10 Mile Creek is designated on the future land use map as mostly mixed use commercial, with approximately a quarter of the area on the west end as high density residential. As noted, because the future land use map is not parcel specific and allows for abutting designations to govern, staff recommends the abutting mixed use commercial designation to the east applied to and govern future development of the western portion of this site as well. The proposed CG zoning district is an appropriate zoning choice for the mixed use commercial designation, which allows for a variety of uses, including commercial, vertically integrated residential, live work, employment, entertainment, office, and multifamily. Future development of this property is currently governed by the existing development agreements for TM Creek East and Calnon, also Bainbridge Franklin. Conceptual development plans were not approved for these projects, in the absence of conceptual development plan to ensure a mix of uses from each major use category, i.e. commercial, residential, and employment, are provided as set forth in the 10-mile plan in accord with the provisions of the annexation, staff recommends a conceptual use plan or a bubble plan is submitted and included in the new development agreement that demonstrates compliance with the existing development agreement provisions. The applicant did submit a conceptual use plan this afternoon as shown. Staff has not had adequate time to review this plan, however, to determine consistency with the plan. A preliminary plat is proposed consisting of 83 buildable lots, and that consists of 74 commercial and 9 high-density residential, and 2 common lots on 132.42 acres of land in the R40 and CG zoning districts. The plat is proposed to develop in 6 phases as shown. Phase 1 consisting of multifamily residential apartments in TM Creek East on Lot 16, Block 3 is currently under construction and almost completed. No development has occurred on the remainder of the site. Phase 2 commenced last year with the completion of Wayfinder from Vanguard to Cobalt between the existing roundabouts. The development of phases 3 through 6 may vary in area and sequence based on the product need and market demand. The proposed common lots will contain the 10-mile creek, and this is just a diagram showing the road sections. The proposed common lots will contain the 10-mile creek corridor, and that's this area right here, which includes a 10-foot wide segment of the city's multi-use pathway and the relocated Vaughn Lateral, which will be deeded to Nampa Meridian Irrigation District. There are no existing structures on this site. Wayfinder Avenue and the western portion of Cobalt in front of the TM Creek East Apartments has already been constructed outside of the subdivision process and are not consistent with the street sections designated on the street section map in the 10-mile plan. However, they do comply with ACHD standards and have been approved by ACHD. These street sections were constructed as standard street sections with 2 travel lanes, a center turn lane, bike lanes, and no on-street parking. South Vanguard Way from 10-mile road to the roundabout at the southwest corner of the site was approved and constructed with the TM Crossing development to the south. The eastern portion of Cobalt to New Market and Benchmark and the extension of New Market Benchmark from Franklin Road to the southern boundary of the site is proposed with the subject plat and has not yet been constructed. Staff recommends New Market and Benchmark is constructed as a residential collector street in accord with street section D in the plan, with on-street parking along both sides of the street. Staff did discuss this with ACHD and they are supportive of this design. Because Cobalt is already partially constructed, staff did not recommend any changes to that street section beyond what was proposed. There are 2 driveway accesses proposed via Franklin Road with the plat, one to the east and one to the west of New Market Benchmark, and that is this location right here and here. These accesses do require a waiver to UDC 11-3A3, which limits access points to arterial streets unless otherwise approved by council. A cross-access and ingress-egress easement is required between all non-residential lots within the subdivision. Written testimony was received from Mike Wardle, Brighton Corporation, the applicant, in response to the staff report. Staff is recommending approval per the provisions in the staff report. Staff will answer any questions the commission may have.
Any questions for staff?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Casanelli.
Sonia, you mentioned staff hadn't had a chance to review that preliminary design. Does that change anything right now?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Casanelli, not necessarily. Obviously, this still has to go to City Council, and by that time, staff will do a complete review and offer any comments we may have.
That's not a concern at this point.
I can't say whether it does or does not meet the intent of the plan, the guidelines in the plan. It does show a mix of uses as recommended, but I'm not sure about the percentages. So that's what staff needs to look at a little closer.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
You're muted.
Okay.
Madam Chair, you're muted.
Lorcher. I could hear me here.
I wasn't around for the original 10-mile crossing conceptual land use plan. Based on staff looking at this, and I understand that they're trying to kind of just change some things around to fit things a little bit better. Is it a lot of changes or is it more subtle compared to the original plat?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lorcher, there was not a previous plat for this area. There was not a conceptual development plan for any of this area except for the Bainbridge Franklin property at the northeast corner of the site. And the applicant no longer plans to develop that property in accord with that concept plan. So that is changing. Really, the only plan that we have in effect for this area is the future land use map in the 10-mile plan. So the concern is with this concern staff had in the absence of a conceptual development or use plan was once we grant zoning, then that entitles the property to develop per that zoning district. So that's the reason for staff's requesting the use plan to ensure that future development is consistent with the uses designated in the comp plan.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? If there's no other questions for staff, would the applicant like to come forward?
Madam Chair, this is John Wardle with Brighton. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. And I would like to share my screen if I could. It says, while Sonia is sharing, I cannot share.
I will stop sharing, John, just for you.
Thank
There
you.
we go.
Perfect. Thank you. Just get 1 second here to. You just type in a code here really quick. QYE. And just want to confirm that you can see my screen as well.
Yes.
Perfect. Good evening, commissioners. My name is John Wardle. My address is 2929 West Navigator Drive, Suite 400, Meridian, Idaho 83642. And I am representing the combined entities of Brighton and SCS Development, who are the property owners or their affiliated entities out here at 10 Mile. We really appreciate the opportunity to be finally in front of you tonight. One, on the surface, the applications may appear to be just rezone and preliminary plat applications. However, there is much more to these applications with the inclusion of the 10 Mile Crossing DA modification and design guidelines, which we have included in the applications. The design guidelines, the staff report, and applicant responses all address those items. These applications now integrate a cohesive vision for 308 acres, which is more than just the preliminary plat area before you, through the adoption of specific design guidelines concurrent with a unified development agreement instead of 5 as they currently exist right now. Before I get too deep into the details with the applications, I wanted to note that there are a number of conditions that we have asked to be modified or eliminated in the staff recommended comments and conditions. To understand the context of those, however, I need to step back a little bit and provide an overview of what has occurred prior to tonight's hearing. The 10 Mile Interchange specific area plan, also the TMI SAP, was created through a public process that included property owners, citizens, developers, design professionals, agencies, and elected officials to provide input. I will note that in our opinion, developer input, while provided, was not given adequate consideration based on actual market conditions. These workshops, agency meetings, and public hearings were established to create a vision for a major community asset around the 10 Mile interchange that at that time had been generally undeveloped. The TMI SAP was adopted in June 2007 with practical and aspirational goals, as well as directive to implement the plan and achieve results. A couple highlights from the TMI SAP. It said that the plan requires an entirely new way of doing business for private and public sectors. The plan calls for bold new actions as characterized through the plan development and its use of charrette in particular. The city encourages and key landowners to take the initiative and begin the implementation process, bringing forward detailed design guidelines, zoning, and infrastructure proposals. Making the changes will not necessarily be easy, and it will require leadership on behalf of the city. And finally, the TMI SAP comprises many small and medium-sized parcels held by many owners. None of the parcels of land within the study area is large enough to affect the type of development described as desirable. To achieve this vision, as well as critical mass for financial success, adjacent owners will need to collaborate on development efforts. In addition, implementation was also a notable topic within the TMI SAP. In fact, there was much described about how the public and private would work together to see the vision. A couple key points here. The city encourages developers and key landowners to take the initiative and begin the implementation process, bring forward design, detailed guidelines, and zoning. Zoning, the city could look beyond the existing development regulations to new development provisions. These regulations could be linked to the design guidelines and should be written expressly to promote and guide the type of mixed-use development. Development regulations. The plan implementation will be accomplished through the city's existing development codes, through amendments to these codes, or by the development of new provisions such as new zoning districts, overlay districts, design guidelines, and development standards. And finally, achieving results here, it will require leadership on behalf of the city and a willingness to innovate and collaborate with the players involved. And finally here, one last item from the TMI SAP, which is probably one of the areas of the document that's not reviewed very much because it is farther back in there. There are a few key statements here, both for developers and for the city. Developers are strongly encouraged to undertake these tasks and invite the city to the table as a means of advancing the plan more rapidly. The city should develop a set of design guidelines for the interchange area or encourage the development community to work together to prepare a set of design guidelines. And the city should develop an expedited review process for projects that embrace, incorporate, and where through cooperation, developers have developed partnerships and specific integrated plans across property lines and advance necessary infrastructure construction. And finally, the last statement was the city is ready to work as your partner. So here we are today. Just a little bit more context. Since the adoption in 2007, the commercial real estate stalled and user demand shifted dramatically. It required a close evaluation of the plan and how best to move forward to secure users, but create flexibility to adapt to more changes, including those to come, which we all know today is COVID. It also presented opportunities to work with adjoining property owners. This slide here is interesting. The first applications we brought to the city were TM Creek, which was on the corner of Franklin and 10 Mile Road, which was about 40 acres. And then TM Crossing to the south, which was adjacent to 10 Mile Road and north of I-84, which was about 77 acres. For us, development only finally commenced in 2014 with plats, so 7 years after the adoption of the TMI SAP. We provided plats, construction plans, and improvements. But an item that kept coming up with each application was the ad hoc approach to planning a larger area outside of what we owned at that time, and interpretation of the TMI SAP. There's been a lot of effort, discussion, and maybe even occasional frustration by both city staff and us, seemingly because site-specific actions were referencing back to general aspirational statements no longer applicable, achievable in the market, or not responsive to current conditions in the TMI SAP. Additionally, we have now seen seismic changes and a need to be flexible given COVID. In collaboration, we work closely with our adjoining property owners to address land use, specifically Calnon, which was all the property to the east of us, excluding the Bainbridge property. We worked with them on land use, annexation, and zoning within the plan. We also worked with Treasure Valley Investments, Shakuri, which was between the 10 Mile Creek property, the TM Creek and TM Crossing properties, to implement long-term desired transportation elements, which was the extension of Wayfinder and the construction of 2 roundabouts. We ultimately purchased those properties so that a cohesive vision and complete plan for 308 acres, shown here bounded in red, could be achieved. Of note, we've purchased all of Calnon, which is on both sides of TM Creek, south of Franklin, Treasure Valley Investments from 10 Mile Road all the way back to the future Benchmark Market Street, and the Bainbridge Franklin property, which is directly to the northeast corner of the site. Of note, each of these, including TM Creek and TM Crossing, all had individual development agreements. So we're dealing with 5 separate development agreements. However, by assembling all these parcels, we were able to achieve one of the TMI SAP goals to work across property lines in a collaborative way. So here we are today. We did wait for some time, even though we had acquired these properties, to come together with a plan. To provide you with a preliminary plat so we could understand the planning considerations such as roadway connections, pathway pedestrian access, and land use, and provide flexibility to be able to adjust to market conditions. Here before you, outlined in red, is the TM Center subdivision, which is before you tonight, which is inset in the TM Crossing 308 acres. We submitted application on May 29th, 2020. The first hearing was scheduled for August 6th, which was continued, then to 9/3, which was continued, then 9/17, which was continued, then 12/3, which was then tabled to tonight. However, the most important discussion that was needed was to establish a set of design guidelines and a cohesive development agreement for all the properties within 10 Mile Crossing, and not just the TM Center plat. We determined the best approach was to establish a design document and hired Cushing Terrell to research, review, and create a draft study. For the 10 Mile Crossing DA mod and design guidelines, which is the area bounded in red here, we engaged Meridian staff 1 year ago. And when I looked at that date today, I was surprised. It was 1 year ago when we had our first conversation with staff on this issue to discuss a sub-area plan and project-specific guidelines. On July 15th, we had a pre-application meeting and presented a draft sub-area plan. On November 5th, we had a second pre-app meeting. And then on November 19th, we submitted applications. At the time of our application submittals, they were a comprehensive plan text amendment, combining 5 development agreements, a planned unit development overlay to incorporate design guidelines, and zoning modifications. Following redirection by staff in early January, a revised 10 Mile Crossing application was submitted on February 16th, which included DA modification to combine the 5 projects into a single master DA and design guidelines and zoning modifications, which we previously have talked about. All these applications are before you tonight. These 2 applications are. One of the items that is mentioned in the staff report, however briefly, but there's not a lot of context, and I want to spend a little bit of time to review this document. So if you'll indulge me for a few minutes, like I said, we hired Cushing Terrell to prepare for us a design guidelines for all of 10 Mile Crossing, which applies to all 308 acres across the property. Our intent is that these design guidelines become the base and the governing guide for all development within 10 Mile Crossing, and would be attached to and included in the development agreement. So what do the guidelines contain? Well, there's obviously purpose and applicability. Those things are pretty common that you would find in most zoning and guidelines. But more specifically, there's design review process, There are design guidelines for site and landscape, typical street sections, the creek and pathway systems, architecture, and signage. Then finally, we also provide some specific use standards on things that always come up that we wanted to incorporate into this document. And then there is a fairly extensive appendix photo library of buildings that are proposed or built within 10 Mile Crossing to provide a flair and flavor for the type of development that we want to see. Like I said, there's purpose, applicability, and intent. Ideally, the purpose of this is to encourage flexibility, innovation, and creativity, and to eliminate some of that rigidity which could be found in strict interpretation of a zoning code or architectural guidelines. We want them to apply to the entire 10 Mile Crossing project so that there is a unified approach to design and implementation. And we also want to provide a simplified administrative procedure for all future submittals, architectural submittals through a design review board. We have discussed having and have presented in these guidelines a design review board that would be the first step that would approve all exterior improvements, both the site, building, and structure for every building out here in 10 Mile. That 10 Mile design review board would be comprised of 3 or 4 independent architects from the application. We wouldn't have any architect reviewing their own plans. And the content of that would still have to include the information required by UDC. The one difference here is that design review board becomes it basically takes a step out of the city's process to provide them with more time. It would be presented to the city with an approval letter. The city would review for conformance with the guidelines, and then it would move directly onto the certificate of zoning compliance. And then the city would issue the CZC so that the building permit process could begin. Obviously, there's design exceptions and there's an allowance for that by the planning director. A few of the high level things which are detailed within this, we have site and landscape, architectural, and signage. I'm going to get into those details on the next slides. Also, on the left-hand side, this is very similar to the conceptual land use plan you saw tonight. We provided more detail to that, but shows what has been built or under construction and what is forthcoming. Also, the open space plan on the right-hand side here shows all the pathway corridors. It does show the detached sidewalks throughout and the 10 Mile Creek and the Purdom Drain. We've provided for design considerations where additional architectural review needs to occur on key corners, on the frontage area between the creek and Franklin Road on Wayfinder. We've also identified an area that multi-story structures should occur. We have a number of 5-story, 4-story buildings already out here. And in this document, we've asked for approval of 100-foot, which would allow us to get to 6 levels or 6 stories on these buildings, should that need arise. One of the items that Sonia had mentioned and had detailed quite a bit in her guidelines were roadways. Within this plan, we have created a transportation circulation map, have also detailed the type of roadway system, the standards which would be there. We have reviewed these with ACHD. These all comply with their standards. We do know that there are different guidelines in the TMI SAP, but we are requesting that these roadway standards carry through the balance of the project. We've also provided the city with an overall comprehensive pathway plan. Of course, there are detached sidewalks throughout the entire community. But more importantly, we have a variety of 8-foot and 10-foot pathways designated here on this map. We have the 10 Mile Creek Regional Pathway. We have a parallel pathway to future Benchmark, which would be 10 feet. We have a 10-foot Purdom Drainage Regional Pathway. We have an 8-foot pathway connecting between the 2 roundabouts on Vanguard and Cobalt. We also are building a 6-foot parallel pedestrian boulevard shown there at F, kind of an east-west connection from Vanguard over to Benchmark. And finally, we have a very specific detailed main street on Wayfinder north of the creek up to Franklin Boulevard. The elements in the design guidelines are site and landscape. We provide specifics for site amenities, fixtures, pavers, all the tree planting elements. We also have standards in there for parking lots that would be required throughout. And there is a whole set of actual implemented plans and pictures in the document itself. And I'll go through this quickly. We have architectural guidelines for commercial. The important thing here is to identify form, scale, proportion, height, elements and details, materials and styles, how to screen mechanical equipment and lighting throughout. So we've done this for commercial, for mixed use and flex spaces, flex buildings, for retail and residential on the multifamily side. I will note that we will in the future on the part that is held out to the east, come back with more guidelines for single family residential, which will be appended to this document. Finally, one of the things that's important is the unification of signage. We have spent a lot of time creating a signage plan throughout 10 Mile, which is required at key locations, as well as the tenants in front of their buildings if they're going to have monument signs. And this too is laid out in the design guidelines. And like I said, there's an extensive photo library. Here's just a snapshot of a few of those. But if you get into the documentation, you will show elements of all the things which I've already discussed tonight. So going forward, we find ourselves tonight needing to restate and effectively defend, essentially defend the importance of 10 Mile crossing design guidelines. The TMI SAP itself states that it wants developers to take the initiative and undertake these design guideline activities, to work collaboratively across ownership and boundaries and bring forward detailed design guidelines to the city. Also, it states that the city should develop an expedited review process for projects that embrace this collaborative approach, provide leadership, and be ready to work as a partner with developers. I will say that we have had very good support from staff on many issues, but on the issue of the TMI SAP needing more specific guidelines, that's why this set of guidelines is before you tonight, and that's what we're asking for your consideration. We are at a loss, however, why staff has either ignored or rejected the design guidelines that had been submitted. Staff does state in the staff report that they're not supportive for the different design guidelines, and it's to have, the purpose is to have a unified design for overall area. However, the TMI SAP states that the city encourages developers and key landowners to take the initiative to bring forward the detailed design guidelines and zoning and infrastructure financing proposals. Finally, there are a few items that we just wanted to highlight and discuss just to be clear. The first is the conceptual land use map, which has been talked about. We have provided here additional context for the type of uses. We haven't got down to the specificity simply because there are changes that will and could occur. And staff knows that as the prior DA mods had been modified to address changes in the market and new plans. We're asking for that flexibility. But also to give the city some certainty as to where certain uses will occur and the type of intensities we could expect. We provided, like I've mentioned, a complete set of design guidelines to cover 308 acres out here at 10 Mile Crossing. We provided a process by which we would have a design review board and provide approvals to the city so that the CZC process could continue. As noted in our design guidelines. We've also provided a comprehensive roadway plan. I've identified what has been built, what will be built, and to what standards those will be built. I will note, however, that there is a lot of conversation or staff time to talk about roadways. The 10 Mile Crossing design guidelines provide a comprehensive roadway plan for both circulation and standards. However, our details do differ from the TMI SAP, but we are fully compliant with ACHD standards. Some of the TMI SAP plans are aspirational, but are not necessarily applicable given the future land use pattern. There is the proverbial chicken and egg. What comes first? Without roads, buildings can't happen. Buildings can't happen without roads, and we have to make a commitment. And that's what we've done. We've made a commitment, created key areas where some of those ideas could be accomplished, like Wayfinder Road north of the creek going up to Franklin Boulevard, where we can create that Main Street feel. We have established a guideline for all of 10 Mile Crossing, so there is a cohesive roadway plan that provides cross access and connectivity. As mentioned, although it's not before you tonight, we have asked for 2 connections to Franklin Boulevard shown here. We know that it is a city council item, but it's important to note that they are consolidated accesses that provide joint use for the users of those sites. I will note that there is a cross access to 12 Oaks. However, it is both deficient and poorly designed when you look at the cross access between multifamily and the future commercial that's here. Will we use it? Yes, but it doesn't accomplish the need for access to the site. Pathways. I think this is something that's super unique. We know that the city has a master pathway plan, and we have been able to not only embrace it, but enhance it. Originally, there was a pathway just for 10 Mile Creek, which was to the north. We've also added the Purdom Drain, and we've taken the initiative to add 10-foot and 8-foot pathways and sidewalks detached throughout the entire project so that we have connectivity. You will also note on this exhibit, there is a red circle in certain locations, which are amenity sites. Those amenity sites provide connections where the people will be able to stop. We will have enhanced seating areas. There will be opportunities to go point to point and not just have a pathway system without a place to rest or visit with people, especially given that we have a large demographic of office workers out here. So this will benefit them as well as the residential uses, which are already on site and will be on site in the future. Arrival. One of the things that we have worked on and we have presented both for to the north on the ICCU site, and we will do here at Vanguard, is a dramatically enhanced arrival at these entries in the project. We're going to create a sense of arrival. There's going to be definite identification. Here's an opportunity as well to provide that art element that the city has identified in a very prominent location. You will note here that one of the unique things about the site is if you drive it is we are directly adjacent to a not so pretty detention basin that's surrounded by chain link fence. We do have a license agreement from ACHD to enhance that area and to expand the area. Just to give you a frame of reference, this intersection, that represents at least 60 feet highlighted here that will be enhanced directly at this intersection on both sides, not just on the south side, but we will do the same. It will mirror on both sides, provide an opportunity for signage as well as public art. We have noted, however, that there is a condition in the staff report that the buffer along 10 Mile going between Vanguard and Cobalt be expanded to 50 feet. The UDC for gateway areas is 35 feet. One thing to note is in this area, it drops down significantly from 10 Mile Road. There is a slope there already. And the 35-foot landscape buffer, just as we've done to the north in previous plats, is more than adequate to provide that separation from the street for pedestrians and provide landscaping on the backside of that as well. We have provided you with all of these items noted in our requested changes that was submitted by Mike Wardle earlier. We are anxious to move the process forward to have you approve the preliminary plat, which has been before you since August, with a unified master development agreement and accompanying specific guidelines for 10 Mile Crossing, so that 10 Mile Crossing can be planned, developed in a complete and cohesive way that sets a standard for all the 10 Mile interchange area. In conclusion, we do concur with staff's recommendation for approval and request your approval of the 10 Mile Crossing DA modifications, which we know that is a city council item with their proposed design guidelines, of the proposed rezones which are before you, and of the TM Center subdivision plat. including the requested modifications which we have made and submitted to the conditions of approval. The proposed modifications achieve the direction of staff leadership for a master DA design guidelines to supersede the TMI SAP and to provide for a guide for development for all of 10 Mile Crossing. We respectfully request your approval of the pre-plat and 10 Mile Crossing development agreements and design guidelines. And I stand for any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Wardle. I did allow, we went over quite a bit, but it was a large request here and a lot to get through. So at this time, do we have any questions for the applicant?
Madam Chair,
Oh. Yes, Commissioner Casanelli.
yeah, I was going to give you a hint there who it was. Yeah, there was a lot of information here, and I have several questions, but I will take turns. First of all, John, if you can summarize your conclusion there, you're saying that you are in agreement with all staff's conditions. Is that accurate?
We are in agreement with staff's conditions. We have, however, made some modifications as it continues to revert back to references to the TMI SAP. And we are asking that the design guidelines be those that we have presented, included in our application and are before you tonight. Those are noted. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, so those modifications you've made are just with regards to the design guidelines.
Primarily, that is correct. We went through, sorry, Commissioner Casanelli, Madam Chair. We went through the conditions. We did strike out all the references to the TMI SAP. We included reference to the 10 Mile Crossing design guidelines. We did make a couple of notes in here regarding some of the street lights. And we also made some notes based on, the location of the pedestrian trails based on the current pathway plans. A lot of this relates to development agreements and stitching together those 5 development agreements. So we've made a lot of those notes based on that. Well, one of the items that Commissioner Casanelli, that you will note in there that we have struck, there is a common reference found in the TMI SAP regarding pedestrian scale of streetlights. We have made a very strong effort to create that pedestrian scale on Wayfinder between Franklin and 10 Mile Creek. And we have provided pedestrian scale lighting, but there is also the other issue of the requirements to light the roads. So throughout the document, there are locations like on 10 Mile Road on Franklin, where it talks about creating pedestrian scale streetlights or lights at a lower level. We're just simply striking that and saying that the streetlights that would still need to be installed, that they should meet city standards and should be acceptable as requested. We've also made a note in here. We've done this before. It's been picked up on previous DAs, but some of the existing DAs do not have the language about the certificate of zoning compliance and submittal process to go forward. But certificates of occupancy would have to wait until a plat has been recorded. But those other steps could occur prior to a subdivided lot.
Other questions for staff? Or I'm sorry, for the applicant.
Madam Chair. I think you said Commissioner Holland, so I'll just keep moving forward. You're hard to hear, but that's okay. John, I wanted to say, first of all, thank you. It looks like you guys have done a significant amount of work. It's not, we can definitely see how many pages of documents and how many months of planning have gone into this. So I want to take a second and just recognize how much work you've put into this process. I know before us tonight, we really have 3 applications. So just wanted to go through that with the commission. The 3 applications we have is the preliminary plat for the 83 buildable lots and 2 common lots. Then we've got the request for the development agreement modification, which we can make a recommendation on, but that's really council. And then we've got the request for the rezone to the CG, and then the other requests that are in there as well. Just making note of that. One comment, since we never really had a chance to talk about the 10 Mile Center area. I appreciate that you have some amenity sites along the pathway network, but I'm curious if you have plans for a future open space that's more than an amenity site here and there. If there's a plan at some point for a public plaza type style place, or I think it would be amazing to have a 5 to 10 acre park somewhere in this development when you've got so much residential and so much mixed use. I'm certainly a fan of mixed use, and I think 10 Mile is a great opportunity for Meridian to compete and bringing some jobs a little bit closer to home for residents. But I certainly would love to make sure that we have elements of open space beyond maybe just the pathways in there. And I was just curious if you can talk to that a little bit.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Holland, thank you again for clarifying what is before the commission this evening. Yes, parks are a key aspect to our community. And I think Meridian has done a very good job of parks in and around the area. We also have access to public schools. But one of the things that we really keyed in on this plan, Commissioner Holland, was the importance of not just a creek, but an enhanced creek, not just a drain, but an enhanced drain, and not just a pathway, but a series of connected pathways. I think we would, while having a dedicated 5 acre area would be nice to have, and there are dedicated landscape areas within the residential pieces. So I want to be clear about that the residents that are out here, both within the multifamily and future residential, will have dedicated landscape areas. And those will be site-specific development items. But the key, I think, the key to all of this is how do we connect both a daytime population and an evening population? And the best way to do that is through pathways. Like I mentioned, just the pathways themselves, we have 3.5 miles. We clearly have at least that much, if not more, in sidewalks. And we made a very concerted effort to provide passage or pathways and ways to cross those in a safe way as well. So I will be clear, we haven't provided a 5 acre park out here, but we have spent a lot of time with city staff on creating a pathway system and adding to that pathway system in a very meaningful way. And that's why we also want to create these little amenity areas throughout. They're not small. Some of them are very linear, right? But the idea is that we're giving people a place that they can go and be social or rest or just make their way on a circuit as well.
Thank you, John. I appreciate that. And I know your team always does a great job with planning, and I've seen a number of your subdivisions, and normally you guys do a great job. I would just ask that as you kind of consider what uses come through here in the future, that having some sort of central amenity area like a park or like a plaza space would certainly be something I would love to see, because I think it would tie the whole development together fairly well when you've got 308 acres that you're looking at. So just a request and a recommendation of it. That's just one comment for now. Stop talking.
Madam Chair, if I might just make one comment there. We do agree that plaza spaces are very important. And we, as you will note, in front of our building, and this is part of maybe the beauty of us having some control, is that we are able to dictate and ensure that these buildings are providing that plaza space that's directly associated with the buildings. So we agree with that.
Thank you. Other questions for the applicant?
Madam Chair, if nobody else, this is Commissioner Casanelli.
Commissioner Casanelli.
John, can you address, you're wanting a change to the height to 100 feet. Can you kind of highlight where where that change would be?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Casanelli, I just want to, can you see my little hand cursor on the screen?
Yes.
So down here in 10 Mile Crossing in particular, but it may happen a little bit to the north. It really would be user driven, but down here, that's where we really see that 100-foot comes into play. With some of those buildings that we built already are 5-story, and we've had to ask for alternative compliance, which I know that that comes up at times because it exceeded the height. It was within a percentage, but it exceeded the height. As we have talked to certain users and the opportunity to provide space, it has come up that maybe we would do a 6-story building here or there. I don't see that we would do a lot of them, but by making 100-foot allowed, that gives us the flexibility without having to go through alternative compliance or any additional review for that.
And does that apply to the entire plat, or just?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry. No, I interrupted you. I apologize. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I think you understood what I'm saying. Does that apply to the entire the entire area here, or just specific zones within this?
I'm going to let David Turnbull address that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Casanelli, I think that in general, you could say it would apply. We don't anticipate it happening anywhere north of Cobalt Drive. As you know, we've got a fairly major medical user out here with potential to expand. So that's one potential area up in the D or E areas. That's probably where you might see it. We're not saying it's going to happen, but it does follow some of the aspirational aspects of the area that the city has always requested us to go as dense as we possibly can. You do run into some building code issues. The higher you go, it gets more expensive. So there's always that balance and that calculation we have to run through. But this, as John mentioned, would help us to avoid future alternative compliance requests, which the city seems to suggest we promote, but then we have to go through this alternative compliance. So we're just trying to do away with that. Probably annoyance for everybody.
This DE, that's Cobalt right there. That's what David had referenced. That would be the northern line.
Okay. I have another quick question if none of the other commissioners have one.
Go ahead.
There were a couple of additional access points off of Franklin. Can you highlight those? Are those there? So they would be in those where the arrows are?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Casanelli, that is correct. Those would be the locations where we have discussed with ACHD about having those. ACHD does have a process that requires us to get their approval for that. They're not granted outright. But of note, they do align with uses across the street, and we're able to consolidate, particularly on the Callanon-Bainbridge piece, multiple access points into a single. We still have the collector system that will be there and internal backage roads, but being able to provide access directly out to Franklin Road from those locations is important.
And Madam Chair and Commissioner Casanelli, I just want to emphasize what John mentioned before about the cross access that's already provided through the 12 Oaks apartment complex. If any of you had an opportunity to drive through there, you would see that it comes right in and then directly into the property through an apartment parking lot. And we don't think that that's really much of a beneficial use for the property that we own, nor it's most likely just going to create conflicts with the residential use to the east. So we will take that through the process with ACHD and the city for the waiver process that's required. I don't think you're granting it here through this process. That's not on the table.
No, I was just curious where those,
Yeah.
where those were located.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay.
Madam Chair, I have one more.
Okay.
Do you have, John, do you have an overlay of the before and after in terms of the rezones?
I do. So this, Madam Chair, Commissioner Casanelli, this is the current zoning on the site out here. And you will note that there are a variety of zones that are already designated on the site. So that's the current zoning base. This will be the new rezone area to the north along Franklin and down to the 10 Mile Creek. That will all be zoned CG. So the R40, the CC will convert to CG. South of the creek, we are changing a little bit of the TNC to R40 to continue that along Cobalt. And those are the changes that are, and there's a little bit of a cleanup south of Cobalt as well. But those are the changes there. So kind of the existing and the proposed modifications.
Madam Chair.
Yes. Commissioner Lorcher, there we go.
The rezoning for CC to CG along Franklin Road, so would that all be accessed from inside the complex? Or I know you had two requests to have driveways or accesses from Franklin. What kind of business were you looking at? Or is it going to be more retail, or is it going to be more office space? Franklin's very busy already right now, and I don't know what was proposed there before, but I mean, so I think there's a Valvoline oil shop right now, and you can access that when you come into the complex. Is that what you're thinking that's going to continue to be for Franklin Road for commercial?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lorcher, let me talk first, then I'll let David jump in as well. Along Franklin Road, we do envision starting with Wayfinder. So that's the western collector that's north-south. We do anticipate that there will be a variety of retail uses that will be on that main street, that will approach the street, have a great relationship with it, including some live-work units. It is very likely that as we work our way down Franklin Road, that you will have other support services, whether they be financial, food, and even probably some small retail along there on key corners. We do have also that we have built, this exhibit doesn't show it very well, but where you referenced the Valvoline, there is also a backage road or an internal drive aisle that provides access east-west that parallels Franklin and allows you to get to the light. What we're asking for, Commissioner Lorcher, is just another single point of access that would allow people to turn in to the site, get out of the site at that location and this location over here. But we also provide significant internal circulation so that that's not the single point. We have these collector roadways.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Holland?
one more follow-up question. I know this area is also in an urban renewal area for Meridian. I'm going back to my public plaza and parks comment just for a second, but just making one note and hopeful that perhaps that could be something where the Urban Renewal Agency might be able to step in and help with some of those other central amenities if that is something to move forward, considering in the future. I just wanted to make that comment and see if you had any other thoughts around that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Holland, it's a good point. I will note that it's my understanding that there are not any city designated park sites out here. And so because it's not quote a public asset or designated, it wouldn't be able to be done as part of the urban renewal. Again, I do want to restate, however, that we are providing for substantial site-specific open space with the residential uses. And again, we still are very high on the connectivity of the pathway system. But with that, I appreciate the comment, and we
can explore it.
We can explore it for sure.
Thanks, John. Appreciate it.
There's no other questions for the applicant. We'll move on to public testimony. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to speak on this application?
Madam Chair, we have one person online with their hand raised. That's Lori. Lori, give me one moment, please, to move you over to permission to talk. Lori, you have permission now to unmute yourself.
And please state your name and address for the record, and the floor is yours. Do we have Lori still there?
Lori, I sent you a message to ask you to unmute.
Yes. Lori, I think you need to unmute on your end. There you go.
Sorry, I was trying to log on to another device. I apologize.
So did you want to speak on?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Any other comments? Anyone else wish to speak on this application? In person or online? Okay. All right, we'll move back to the applicant then with no questions from the public. Does the applicant have any closing remarks?
Madam Chair, David Turnbull. I'll just finish up with thanking John for doing a pretty comprehensive, and we understand it's a lot of information, but he gave a pretty comprehensive look at it. In fact, he went so long, my daughter had a baby while he was speaking. So
Uh-oh.
Congratulations.
I just got that text, yes. You know, I think I want to highlight what our intent is here. This goes back to over a year ago with discussions with the city about, you know, mutual frustrations with how we work through these applications. And we came up with, I think it should be a mutual understanding that we're following the plan, which asks us to come up with specific design guidelines. And we commissioned an architect and spent quite a bit of money to come up with these design guidelines that give us consistency in architecture, consistency in landscaping, consistency in everything down to the kind of, you know, ground cover you can use and the benches and trash enclosures and all of those elements, because we want to see this be a cohesive development. And we also want to alleviate some of the burden from the staff and also take it away from, take it out of our hands by hiring professionals. And we'll pay those fees. And I hope we can demonstrate to you that we have tried to do the most innovative, high density, commercial, high employment, which was the goal of the city. There are changes that came about through the last dozen or so years. There used to be a lifestyle center designation on this property. Well, guess what? That got built at the Village at Meridian. And Anna Canning, who was the planning director at the time, commented to me, well, there's only going to be one of those probably that are supportable in this city. So that's probably not going to happen at 10 Mile now. And we concur. So we don't have a heavy retail focus out here. We have a heavy high density employment, medical, the medical component's going to be substantial. And then we've been able to do some things with high density multifamily that hasn't been done in the Meridian market. And those things have come about, probably weren't practical even to do 12 years ago. The market changes though. And one of the things that COVID brought us was a realization of the need for the companies that actually survived and thrived through this environment have been the ones that had drive-throughs, for example. And so we have incorporated all of these things into these design guidelines that will be reviewed by third-party architects so that when they come to you, you have the architectural review is not a check the box kind of science. There is as much art to it as there is engineering. And that's what we hope to bring to the table. That's why we spent a great deal of effort working on these design guidelines to provide the city the product that it wants and deserves. So, we could go over some additional items, but I think you have what you need. I know you know what the applications are before you. The city council's going to have to be the final decision maker on some of these, but I hope you can see the intent of what we're trying to do here to accomplish something great for the city. So I'll close with that. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no more questions for the applicant or for staff, could I get a motion to close the public hearing on H-2020-0074, items number 5 and 6 on the agenda?
Motion.
Moved. Second.
It has been moved and seconded to close the public hearing on items 5 and 6, H-2020-0074. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. I've got
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Holland and Commissioner Casanelli unmuted. Go ahead, Commissioner Casanelli.
I'll just start with some comments, and I'll probably have lots of comments and thoughts and stuff. I really agree with Commissioner Holland's suggestion on some sort of park open space. I don't know that it needs to necessarily be 5 acres, something to where, and I understand what the applicant said as far as this not being a lifestyle center, but still somewhere where those coming from the outside that don't live or work there, that are coming there to grab a bite of food or whatever they might be doing, can go there and take that, take the sandwich from the deli and go eat, maybe offsite and just enjoy it. So just something, and maybe in that, I guess it'd be the northwest corner or something that I could just kind of envision. So that's one thought. And then personally, the pedestrian scale lighting that staff has required, I'm definitely in support of. Comment on the height aspect is I don't necessarily think we should approve that site-wide, because then they could potentially take it and put a 6-story building right up against Franklin. I'm not saying that they would, but if that, if we give them that that leeway, that latitude, they could. So I would like to somehow see us only allow that in a specific area within this plat, or just leave as is and have them. I mean, if they've got an alternative compliance at least on one building, I think, to go up high enough. I think, I would rather have that be the case, honestly, to do it item by item. So that's my thought on that. I think those are my main thoughts right now. I would like to hear, maybe after some questions, if Sonia could comment a little bit more on the design guidelines, and just get a better understanding of where staff is at as opposed to where the applicant is at on the design. And that's it for now.
Commissioner Holland?
Do we want to pause and let Sonia answer that question first before we get
Yeah, go ahead.
conversations?
Sonia, would you like to unmute?
Commission, I'm happy to answer that question.
Okay, thanks, Bill.
You're welcome. And I think I think those are the applicants done a very good job of explaining where we started and where we're at now, because as they have pointed out in tonight's presentation, it is very clear, or at least the intent is that this is a partnership. This body, staff, applicants, property owners, we set out on this vision to make sure that we got something innovative while still being flexible for applicants. And that's probably a lot of the time that we spent with the applicant on this process is from our standpoint, from city staff standpoint, having to look at 5 different development agreements to regulate a development or try to manage a cohesive design and theme over 300 acres can be a challenge, particularly with different team members looking at different applications. Each one of us are going to have a different interpretation. And that's why we really started out on this adventure with them. And I'll call it an adventure because I think we've all learned and grown from it. We know, at least from my perspective, I think some of our codes need to change to support what the applicant wants to do. For so many years, the city has used the development agreement as the tool to kind of regulate development. And I'm one team member, but I think the PUD process is what we should be using to regulate developments, especially these larger master plan communities. And as we sat down with the applicant and worked through all of these design challenges that we were faced, we looked at it as internally, and we looked at it with them. We were under the impression that our current PUD standards don't allow for that flexibility that they want under these current standards that they're presenting to you tonight. But what we did realize is that through the development agreement process, we could at least add some flexibility or change some of the design guidelines in the comp plan, because the comp plan really is a guide, whereas the zoning ordinance is law. And that's the discussion that we had with the applicant, and came up with this concept of doing one master DA to govern the 308 acres and eliminate the 5 into 1. And that's where we ended. We certainly shared our concerns with how do we implement these guidelines? Is it appropriate to allow them to propose different guidelines that are different than what's intended for the 10-mile area? And as staff, that's what we're tasked with. We're tasked with ensuring that the development complies with the plan. And that's why Sonia laid out in her staff report some of those elements that she thought should be kept as part of our recommendation. Now, ultimately, you as a recommend body and city council, they'll have to determine whether or not this is the right avenue to take. If you think this is the right way to move forward, then I would encourage you to set forth your recommendation that council take this under consideration, or at least provide staff some direction as we move forward with some future code changes. Because as you know, I'm one to say, I think the 10-mile plan is pretty aspirational. It has some things, and kind of going back to Casanelli's height comment, the reason why we supported it as part of this process is because the 10-mile plan encourages higher floor area ratios, which basically means you're going to intensify the property and go vertical. And a lot of those employment areas or a lot of the buildings they built out there, we have done alternative compliance, and we've gotten those plaza areas because of doing that alternative compliance process. We've also talked with them about incorporating some plazas into their commercial space too. So, and public art as well. And we've gotten the same response that you have gotten tonight, that they're willing to look at that and take that under consideration. The one component that you're not seeing as part of their design guidelines is really the residential component that they have highlighted. And that's where you're going to start seeing some of the innovative open space and some different residential uses that they'll come back and eventually amend their DA and include those design guidelines as part of that project. So I don't want you to think you're not getting the full picture tonight. Right now, the applicant's really trying to meet the intent of the plan, but do it differently than what we have done it, the way we've done it before. And that's really coming up with a 80-page document and saying, city, please endorse this so that we can give your staff the tools to review this 308 acres under one specific guideline, rather than having them look at multiple documents. I don't know if I helped the conversation or hurt it, but I guess just giving you staff's perspective, that's really why we got to where we are. And I'm hoping out of this that we get some clear direction from this body and city council, because I tend to agree with the applicant. We just need to be more flexible and we need to be innovative. And if this is the tool to do that, then I think at some point we should really think about it and think about changing our codes to align and move in this direction.
Thank you, Bill.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Holland.
Bill, a couple of follow-up questions to that. How integrated was staff in the creation of the design guideline document that the applicant proposed? Were you sitting at the table with them while they were trying to develop most of that document?
I wouldn't say we were sitting at the table. I think they really took the lead. To be frank with you, I was the one that encouraged them to do it because in my planning experience from a previous life, I guess I should say, that's what that was their main tool. They had their zoning ordinance was from 1976. They didn't ever admit into the code. They controlled everything through the PUD process. Whereas when you come to Idaho, you have a different set of rules to follow. And you look at the land use laws, and really the DA is where you kind of, once you give zoning out, you kind of typically get what you get. And that's why we scrutinize applicants so much at the annexation process, because we want to, if we're going to give away zoning, we want to make sure we have clear direction and clear plans moving forward. So no, we weren't at the table, but the applicant was always willing to share the information with us and ask us for our feedback. Now, were we as responsive as we should have been? I would probably say no. Just given the workload and what we were dealing with, we could not give them a full comprehensive review of this document. I have read through it, and looking through, they've taken out a lot of some of the things they had in there. They did remove it because we felt it wasn't necessary. And so looking at it today, do I feel comfortable with what they're proposing? I can't say that I've gone through our code and compared that to what the 10-mile guidelines compared to what they're proposing here. But what they're showing here, and what Asanya alluded to in her presentation tonight, was the plan encourages a mix of uses. They gave you a bubble plan, it showed that. So do I know what the percentages are? No. Do I feel confident that they're going to meet the spirit and the intent of the plan? Yes. And that's always been their intent, and in our communications with them, that's what they've always conveyed to us, that they recognize what the plan is and they plan on meeting the intent of that plan as closely as possible. And from our time constraints as far as design review, I like the aspect of having a third party review. Currently, we have all of the design review is at our staff level. And then if the applicant doesn't agree or make the changes, then we have to convene a design review committee to look at that, which is basically our third party review to say yes or no, we agree with staff or don't. So them putting that extra level of scrutiny on themselves is probably making them as much as accountable as the city doing the review for them. So I do like that aspect that they're proposing, because I think that will help expedite some of the review for staff. So again, I go back to my closing remarks. It's really more of a philosophical discussion tonight, whether or not this is the right approach we should take. And to be curious, it's going to be interesting to see what council does on it.
Yeah. Thank you, Bill. So I guess I can jump in with my comments if that's all right, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So again, I go back to, we have 3 different applications in front of us. So in the way that we deliberate, I just want to make sure we talk about them in that order. So the first item we have is the preliminary plat of the 83 buildable lots and the 2 common lots for the 132 acres of land in the R40 and the CG zoning districts. And then the second application we have is the development agreement modification and the rezone request. So speaking just high level about the request for the preliminary plat and for the rezone, I don't see a big concern because I think they've done a good job of explaining why they want to make those rezone requests. I think it fits well with the way that they've shown the bubble concepts. So I think those ones are fairly straightforward with the additions of what the staff report has. Talking about, the concept we've been talking about, whether they have a design guideline, I'm not opposed to it either. I think it's really nice to have a smart focused area. This is a really unique spot in Meridian. And it does have, I mentioned it has an urban renewal district with it, which is one of the few tools that cities have to be able to use to fund public infrastructure. So I know that all of these new buildings that are going up, the increment from all of these additions is going into a pool that can be used to help with infrastructure needs. So I know that there is some assistance in helping with roadways and helping with these pathways. And I think they've done a fabulous job with the pathways. I've walked some of the project, I've driven around some of the project. Just previously looking at some of the, I've had a couple of business visits out at the new buildings that are up there. So I think they've done a great job of comprehensive planning and design. I still would push for wanting to see more of a central amenity site somewhere in the plaza. And I do really like that they've got the amenity areas. I understand and appreciate that they don't want to seek being a lifestyle center because the village exists, but the village is several miles away. And I think we've got so much density that we've approved within a 1 mile radius of where this site is, that it would be nice to have a walkable amenity where multiple people could gather and have a little bit bigger open space beyond just what's in the residential neighborhoods connecting to it. So I think that would still be fairly strong in my recommendations, is that they consider having an element of public space, whether that's a plaza, whether that's green space, whatever that is. I know I keep going back to that, but once the ground is developed, there's no way to go back and add more ground back to it. And when you've got a 308 acre space, hopefully they can carve out 5 to 10 acres somewhere in there for a nice central amenity. So I'm going to get off my soapbox with that. I would also say I appreciate that these developers have been so transparent in their process, that they've certainly gone above and beyond in the way that they have come back to the city with a really nice looking document and suggestions. So I'm not opposed to making a recommendation to council that they consider, a different way of doing business when it comes to this specific project area, because it's part of the urban renewal area, because it's part of an employment center and a focus for Meridian. And, I know that they're well-known developers and they've done a great job with other projects. I'm not saying that we should approve it because they're a good developer. I'm saying it because it's nice to have a thoughtful plan that's laid out well. On a couple of the other issues that we've talked about, I would agree with Commissioner Casanelli on the streetlights. I'd follow staff's recommendation on that. I don't see a challenge with the 100 feet height as long as we limit it to being on the side that's closer to the interstate, because I would agree that a 100-foot building right off of the corner of Franklin and 10 Mile might stand out a little bit. And that, they would follow the intent of the bubble plan concept. I would hope that they would have some additional retail uses, even though it's an employment and high density focus. I think having that many employment centers and those many residents nearby, they're going to want restaurants to go to. They're going to want somewhere to go for their break. Certainly would be a nice amenity. And while retail certainly changed with COVID, I don't want to plan the future of our city on a 1 to 2 year pandemic, because I know that retail will come back in a different way in the future. So that was a lot of comments from me. Sorry, I'm done now.
Commissioner Yearsley, or Commissioner Grove.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Sorry, my internet has been fluctuating, so I'm going to leave my video off so I can attempt to not cut out. I would say that I agree with Commissioner Holland on just about everything that she said. I think for me, the height restriction being lifted, I'm okay with them having it lifted, and would go along with the rest of this body if they wanted to, say where. I'm not as concerned about it, I guess, in this general area with limiting it, but I'm okay taking the limit off in terms of height. I'm very impressed with the level of detail that they have put towards the combining all of these different elements to make a cohesive plan. And I like where they've gone with this. And I was a little confused trying to like read through all of the documentation leading up to this, but hearing all of the explanations tonight and getting a little bit more familiar with it, it's something I can get on board with.
Commissioner Lorcher.
Madam Chair, I don't really have much more to add that the other commissioners haven't really added. The fact that the developer has taken the time to really put a comprehensive plan for such a huge parcel that's very unique to our community and really the Treasure Valley. They're the first ones to, set the bar for this type of project. So from the beginnings of what they're proposing seems very viable, and it would be a good space.
Commissioner Yearsley.
Madam Chair. So I was actually involved with planning and zoning when this and the other application came in to develop all of this. And I'm actually excited to see that that centerpiece actually has some momentum to move forward to actually start developing that piece as well. This was always meant to be kind of a showcase area with the 10-mile corridor study that was done. And I think so far they've done a really good job, especially as, how would you say it, how the market has driven different things. And initially they were looking at more retail space, but now it's more office space. And so I actually like that look a lot better. I think it plays better to the diversity for live, work, play type stuff. So I'm in favor of what they're proposing. I do agree with allowing the 100-foot height, height restriction on that, and allowing a little height on this. This is the area to put that height. It's very flat, and so it's not like we're setting it on a hill or anything like that. So I think this is a good location. So I'm in favor of this proposal.
I think we've got all the comments. I would agree, especially with Commissioner Grove. It was a lot to read, and it makes a lot more sense. I appreciate the presentation. I have to admit, when I saw he had 56 slides up there, I was a little nervous. But I appreciate all the effort that went into the presentation tonight. It helped a lot. Yeah, I would, the height site-wide, I think we might want to take a look at that, just so, who knows what happens in the future. And, once we give that away, it's gone. So, yeah, the central amenity, I'm sure whoever makes the motion will get that in there.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Casanelli.
is there, if Sonia or Bill could comment, because I'm still very concerned about just giving a wide open approval on the height limitation. I think we should rein it in a little bit, and if they need to go outside of what we put up as a boundary, then the alternative compliance is still an avenue, but it's kind of a check and balance. But Sonia or Bill, is there something that you could say to put my mind at ease on that it wouldn't get out of control?
Chairman, Commissioner Casanelli, all I can add really is that current code does allow for the height to extend above that. I believe it's 20% in the code through alternative compliance through a conditional use permit. The applicant's just trying to avoid doing that every time and going through the lengthy hearing process every time they have that happen. Other than that, that's under your purview. If you want to specify locations that they can or cannot go up to 100 feet, that's really your decision. I don't really have any other ideas unless Bill does.
Nope, I think you said it well, Sonia. It's really to, again, keep with the spirit of the plan. Again, the idea for this area was intensification and have taller buildings. And the CG zone itself allows up to 65 feet in height. As Sonia mentioned, I think the tallest building out there is about 79 feet, if I remember correctly, somewhere in that realm. So we did all alternative compliance and they did a plaza area and we moved on. So certainly if you want to self-impose a specific area, you can certainly add that in your motion, Commissioner Casanelli. Probably anything south of Cobalt and east of Westmark, I think it's Benchmark Street, if I'm not mistaken, which is basically, and the interstate there is pretty much all of that CG in the center of the project is probably, I think, where you guys, based on the discussion, leaving the height limitation in that area.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the borders that the applicant actually referred to, as well as where they wanted to put them. South of Cobalt.
So, names again?
South of Cobalt.
Yeah, it's between Cobalt, the interstate, and west of Benchmark. See if I can zoom in on my map here and get the exact name of it's South Benchmark Avenue is what I'm showing.
Thanks, Bill.
Which is that easternmost north-south collector road where John's cursor is going up and down.
Is there a way to
or you can simply say retail, office, entertainment, medical area?
Yeah,
Right
I wouldn't want to see 100. I wouldn't want to see 100 feet right at the edge of 10 Mile. I don't know that they would ever do that, but if they could, if we gave them the green light to do it now, and that's where they could squeeze something in, then you've got a 6-story building right at the edge of 10 Mile that winds up creating you'd wind up creating kind of a tunnel feel going through 10 Mile, and that's not, if we could even, I'm great with personally the Benchmark, I think, on the east, Cobalt on the north, but if there's some way we can, whoever's we have a professional motion maker when it gets this detailed. If there's a way that
Sure, Yearsley.
Exactly. If there's a way to keep it a little bit in from 10 Mile, I'd be fine with as long as we're keeping it in a confined area. I'm fine with going to that height limit.
Madam Chair,
Holland.
I'm not sure what the foot requirement could be, but we could say that we would be willing to allow 100-foot height buildings as long as they had more than 100-foot buffer, or whatever number we decide is the arbitrary number, between a 100-foot buffer between Franklin Road, 10 Mile Road, or adjacent residential. Whatever the buffering is, we could do something like that instead of using roadways.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Grove.
One thing to kind of keep in mind as we're making these suggestions is just remember the road, 10 Mile especially here, is higher up than the property. in a lot of places. And so when we start saying 100 feet or whatever it might be, it's going to be very different from the road than it is for the property itself. And so I would caution us in making very detailed conditions on some of this. I think that the developer, is going to do what is going to draw people into their development, right? And blocking views and not allowing people to, be welcomed into their space and welcomed into the city is not their intention, especially seeing how they own this entire development. So I'm in favor of not putting a ton of restrictions in terms of the boundary for the height restriction.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Yearsley.
I agree. I think, I don't know if I have an issue with trying to put a condition on heights on this.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Holland.
I think I would also agree. I think it's tough when we put too many conditions on it and measuring out a number. I was just trying to find a solution that might work for the commission, but I think I'd be okay saying that we would allow the 100-foot height south of Cobalt and west of Benchmark Avenue, because I think that's the area that they're proposing that for. And just, I would agree that 10 Mile is kind of an elevated road coming in. And if you are going to have that density, that's the area that's designed for it. So I don't really have a concern having 100 feet high to get along 10 Mile, because I don't think they're going to block them all adjacent to each other.
Is there a motion in our near future, or do we have more discussion?
Madam Chair, can I throw in one more thing?
Absolutely. Commissioner Grove.
So just, I guess maybe a question to Commissioner Holland. With the plaza open space piece that you've been pitching for this, I think one of the other maybe wording that we could throw in there is, I think amphitheater was something that has had success in some of these types of places. So just kind of throwing that out for consideration for the, not necessarily for the motion itself, but just throwing out the development idea.
Okay.
Madam Chair, are we going to try to combine several of these public hearing numbers together in one motion, or are they going to be separate?
It's up to the motion maker.
Oh, okay.
But I think I'll pose that question to staff, since we have them number 5 and 6 listed separately. Do you need 2 separate motions?
No, you can include it. They're all open together, so
It's all under one item number, so.
All right, should I try taking a stab?
Before we do that, can we have the applicant go to the conditions that they wanted to change on the screen?
We'd have to open it back up.
No, just have them open
Just a
display
slide.
that list of conditions, so at least we have something to refer to when they're looking at it.
And I don't think we have to make the specific conditions today, because I think they're tied to the development agreement. I think we're not approving the development agreement modification. We're just the recommendation to it.
Okay.
I know in the staff report, they mentioned it's pages 48 through 56. There's a number of highlighted items that are in there. I have the staff report open. I can pull it open here really quick.
Yeah, right there.
Because it
Page you're
says,
looking
yeah,
for.
pages 48 through 56, there's a few highlighted items. One of them was around their conceptual use plan being submitted. Let's see. The bubble chart. I'm not seeing all the highlight items. Another one was related to the TMIS AP for complete streets. talking about the starting point for each street, sidewalks, bike lanes, white shoulders, crosswalks, medians, etc. The applicant shall address at the public hearing or in writing prior to the hearing what additional design features are planned for internal public streets within the development aside from those proposed. That was one of the items highlighted. So I really only see a couple items highlighted unless I'm missing something. Can you help us out if there's specific things we need to address in that?
Yeah, Commissioner Holland, I'm only seeing on page 48, item A, and on page 56, it would be number 4.
Yeah, staff, was it either Sonia or Bill, did they not want to include the bubble chart? Was that one of the challenges?
Well, I don't think the council's had a chance to review that local chart yet. So I don't think we want to include that. Yeah, so give the staff a chance to review that, I believe.
Madam Chair, just to clarify that staff did not have the use plan initially, so that was the request that they submit one, which they've done.
You indicated
And generally
you
it looks
wanted to
good, but
do
staff
that
will take a
before.
closer look at it before the council hearing.
Okay. Is there any other items we need to make sure we note, Sonia?
This is my, this is Commissioner Casanelli. This is my last pitch for a little restriction on the height, wherever emotion's going.
Did you have a specific request, Commissioner Casanelli?
I mean, I like, because I would have to say by the time you hit Vanguard, 10 miles is pretty much flush with the property there. So, I mean, I would like to see, and I don't have a map that specifically shows the CG, but I would like to stay south of Cobalt and within, you threw out a number of 100 feet of the major arterials, I think, although we'd eliminate Franklin if we kept it south of Cobalt. But and I think that's their intent anyway, would be to keep it south of Cobalt. But if that's their intent, then you know, to specify that in a motion for council to review, I think is adequate. And then 100 feet, that keeps it back to keep it more inviting. I mean, I've seen, you know, been around the country, you see a lot of projects where you get a lot of height right by the main roads, and it doesn't mean that, you know, I mean, that people still, you know, you can still go in. It doesn't make it less inviting, I guess, but it sure makes for a kind of a closed in tunnel feel as when you're on the outside. So 100 feet. From 10
I'd maybe
miles.
do 50 feet.
Jared, I would say I don't want to put those restrictions on, because then I don't know what those parcels are going to look like, how they need to develop. I'm really hesitant to put those restrictions, especially, I mean, I want to encourage the height, and I think, I mean, there's not a lot of places in our city where we can encourage that amount of height. And so I think for me, I don't see those. I hear your concerns, I guess, but I don't share them.
How about in the motion that we make a note that just says for any properties that are adjacent to 10 Mile, if there's a hope to go with a 100-foot building, that they would work with staff to find where that's appropriate and then give staff that level of approval.
Well, and that's what an alternative compliance does. And that's why even if we set 100 feet or 50 feet or whatever that number is, they can still get a alternative compliance. My thought is, again, it's just a check and balance on that. So that once I mean, if we go 100 feet everywhere, then they've got the ability to do that anywhere on the property without anybody having a, without a check on that. So I just, that's why, that's my thought. I'm not saying that I wouldn't be in favor of it. I'm just saying that, I think we need to keep a little bit of control here on it and have a final look at it before it goes up.
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the commission, if I may try to help move this conversation along. I hear you, what you're saying on the height. Is it possible that maybe in your motion tonight that you say that the applicant work with staff prior to city council to kind of designate an area to where they were, at least in the plan, if these design guidelines come into play or that DA gets signed, at least there's be an exhibit as part of that DA that shows where it's appropriate to have it 100-foot tall buildings. And then the applicant can work with us, and then we can take that up with city council.
I think that's a great suggestion.
I think I'd be good with that.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Holland.
after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to recommend approval to City Council for the hearing date of March 18th, 2021. Several items both for H-2020-0074 for TM Center with the preliminary plat request, for H-2020-0074 for the development agreement modification that the applicant would work with staff on identifying prior to the city council hearing the specific areas that the applicant would like to see 100-foot buildings and provide a conceptual diagram for council to consider, but that they would provide significant buffering between future residential uses, neighborhood roadways, and that they would consider the area south of Cobalt and west of Benchmark Avenue for those higher height buildings. That the applicant would follow the bubble plan concept that was proposed in this evening's meeting as they move forward with their concept plans. That the applicant might also consider a significant central amenity for the project, whether it be an amphitheater, a plaza, a park, and that they might seek assistance from the Urban Renewal Agency or work with council on what that amenity might look like, but that the commission would like to see some sort of significant central amenity added into the concept plan. And that we would also recommend approval of the request for the rezone of the 40.98 acres from R40 and CC zoning districts to the CG zoning district, 3.9 acres from the TNC C and CG zoning districts to the R40 zoning districts, the 0.65 acres from the R8 and the TNC zoning districts to the CG zoning district, and the 0.53 acres from the TNC zoning district to the CG zoning district. Did I miss anything?
I'll second that.
Have a motion and a second to recommend approval for items number 5 and 6, H-2020-0074 with recommendations and modifications. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Casanelli.
I think we may be in for a bit of time on the next one. Can we take a?
Yeah, no, that's exactly where I was going. Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll reconvene shortly after 8:10. 5-6-minute break. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's good, yeah.
Madam Chair, in the interest of establishing a quorum, I'm going to do a quick roll call of commissioners. Commissioner Holland,
Here.
Commissioner Grove,
Here.
Commissioner Yearsley, Commissioner Lorchard,
Here.
Commissioner Casanelli,
Here.
Commissioner
Stephen,
Yearsley.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Yearsley's here as well. Sorry, I couldn't get my speaker unmuted.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. Okay, I don't need both sets of glasses. So back to it, we will open at this time, item number 7, the Oasis H-2021-0004. And we'll begin with the staff report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hold on, this is not working the way I want it to. There we go. Commissioners, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Awesome, thank you. On to the fun one. Let the fun begin. This is item number 7 as noted for the Oasis. It is for a conditional use permit. The site, or the specific site, is a portion of the 3-acre parcel shown on the screen. It is currently zoned CG and is located generally at the southwest corner of Ustick and Eagle. There's a couple things I want to note before we get going. One is the public testimony that was submitted. There was, as of 4 p.m., there was 225 pieces. So appreciate the involvement of the community, honestly, whether it's good or bad. It's always good to have that, so thank you. I would say probably 25% were in support, 75% were against it. Those that were in support of it noted a desire to have a music venue for entertainment here within the city instead of in other cities nearby. Now, those who oppose the project note concerns over increased traffic, overall safety of having this kind of use near a residential development, drunk driving, parking count, and how it would degrade the moral character of the city. That came up a lot. There were a couple instances, and I want to touch on this just for the clarity of the processing, about how could the city even entertain this by allowing it to be applied for. That's not how development works. It's not how code works. We don't get to dictate those types of things, even if frankly, even if it's prohibited by the code, an applicant could still ask for it and go to hearing and get denied, but they could still technically ask. So we have to go through the process. We have to do our due diligence for that. Second to that, there were a lot of people, I got some angry emails about, related to that, but also about how there's site work going on currently that has some to do with this and absolutely nothing to do with this. That doesn't mean that this has been approved at all. That's why we're here tonight. The site work out there is from previous approvals all the way back dating to 2019 that have been approved. I approved the overall site improvements. I also approved the building to the east of this and the building that this is proposed within. So all of the dirt being moved out there has very little to do with this use. This is a use within a building that is not yet constructed, but has been recently approved as of 3 weeks ago. But the building, again, nothing to do with the use. The use is being requested for the conditional use permit. So just to make those items clear. Now we get to the actual presentation. The subject property, again, this is a little bit of the history here, was annexed in 2003 as part of a larger annexation area. There was a development agreement associated with this annexation, and it was modified in 2019 to remove this property from that DA and enter into a new one serving just this site. In December of 2020, the landowner, which is not the applicant, received preliminary plat approval to subdivide the property into 5 lots for future ownership purposes. The subject property is proposed within a new multi-tenant building in the very southwest corner of the overall 3-acre site. It is part of a larger mixed-use regional area that includes the commercial developments to the north, the northeast, east, and the Villa Sport site to the west, which would be the remaining area here. And even the Sadie Creek, which was the first application up tonight. A project of this small size, meaning one use within one building on a small site, cannot and is not intended to comply with all of the mixed-use regional comprehensive plan policies and goals. However, in conjunction with the existing and approved uses in the general area, the mixed-use policies have been met for the regional area. A few of the comprehensive plan policies that staff did find relevant are as follows. The proposed use can diversify Meridian's economic base to establish and maintain a self-sustaining full-service economy. Require pedestrian circulation plans to ensure safety and convenient access across large commercial and mixed-use developments. Enhance crime prevention awareness through the education of neighborhood watch groups, multifamily property management companies, homeowners associations, and other organizations. In this case, it would be the other organizations and the applicant and police working together. Require appropriate building design and landscaping elements to buffer, screen, beautify, and integrate commercial, multifamily, and parking lots into existing neighborhoods. In regards to the last policy noted, there is no neighborhood directly adjacent. So meaning that there is no residential zoning directly adjacent to the property line of this subject application. But the closest home is approximately 330 feet from the southern property line. Future commercial buildings and parking lots will separate this project from the approved multi-tenant building. With the recently approved CZC and design review, the approved landscaping meets all code requirements and helps to beautify the property while offering an appropriate visual landscape buffer to the closest neighborhood to the southwest. Likely, the subject site will not be directly viewable from the neighborhood directly to the southwest once other property is redeveloped. The parking is located on the interior of the overall property, which will be largely screened by the buildings and landscaping from the adjacent properties, which is a benefit. Usually the parking is one of the most noise-inducing elements of a commercial site. Other general comprehensive plan policies were discussed and analyzed within the staff report, but the ones noted even within the staff report is in no way an exhaustive list of the applicable policies, either in support or against the project. The approved building that would hold the proposed use is constructed with a modern and urban design that should integrate with the overall design of the other commercial buildings within this commercial development and with those adjacent to the site. However, according to the applicant, the real buffering of the proposed use comes from within the building, where there is proposed soundproofing materials, techniques, and technologies. When it comes to the screening and buffering of the building and use, staff does find that the proposed landscaping and the internal building materials to be sufficient. This does not mean issues like parking and capacity are addressed by landscaping and soundproofing, just to be clear. The administratively approved building, Eagle View Retail Center, will be approximately 8,300 square feet in size with 2 tenant suites as seen. The Oasis is the larger tenant suite and is approximately 7,000 square feet in size. And the building and use meet all of the code required dimensional standards, meaning setbacks, height, etc. The proposed business is a combination of a nightclub and music venue, which falls under the drinking establishment and indoor recreation facility uses within our development code, respectively. The indoor recreation facility is a principally permitted use within the CG zoning district unless it incorporates a music venue and is located within 1,000 feet of any existing residence, which then requires a conditional use permit, as is the case with this application. A drinking establishment is a conditional use within the CG zoning district outright. Therefore, the applicant is requesting this conditional use permit for these 2 uses to reside within 1 building and 1 business, the Oasis. I already showed this, but for this point, it is anticipated that directly south of the approved building, there will be additional landscaping, a larger parking lot, and a drive aisle. This parking lot and landscaping received preliminary approval with the Villasport applications. Main access to and for this development will be via a shared driveway connection to Ustick Road, which would be a continuation of this further up. And it will be limited to a right-in, right-out access regardless of this use. The landowner is currently constructing this shared driveway this driveway access for their development because this site is developing before the Villasport project. And this also ensures there is more than one way to get to the entrance of the site. This drive aisle will connect to North Cajun Lane, which is this portion here. to the south. There are no public streets as part of this commercial development and therefore no stub streets. Instead, there are private drive aisles as are standard for commercial developments. The applicant does have an existing cross-access agreement with the adjacent commercial property, so the Villasport property, but this agreement does not currently include a cross-parking agreement. In addition to the shared drive aisle that abuts the property to the west, the Villasport site improvements and recorded cross-access agreement will include an additional USTIC access road access point further to the west, which would be the North Center Point Way. I guess, yeah, this road. These access points to the arterial are long approved for the site. Staff finds there is adequate and safe access to the site at full build out, and also at the time with only the most adjacent USTIC access in conjunction with the drive aisle connection to Cajun Lane, which then goes out to, I believe it's Seville, and goes out to Eagle Road. However, to help mitigate any residential cut-through traffic, meaning accessing the drive aisle here and then cutting through here, to help mitigate that, the applicant and landowner should work with the Villasport applicant to construct a driveway through the Villasport site in line with wherever that was approved previously. So I believe there's a drive aisle approximately here. This driveway would provide a more direct means of accessing North Center Point Way, and again, help mitigate any cut-through traffic adjacent to the homes. And it would give them to the existing traffic signal at North Center Point Way without having to use the roads adjacent to the subdivision. ACHD is the leading agency on access points and traffic mitigation for the city of Meridian and Boise, for that matter, other adjacent cities to the east. Because peak traffic times should not be drastically affected by the proposed use on any access point, ACHD did not require a traffic impact study for this application. Even with the assumed capacity of 1,000 persons in the initial submittal, this was not required, and restricting the capacity to 500 people should help with traffic concerns of this type of use. Further analysis regarding access should be addressed to ACHD as they are the limiting body there. Staff also agrees that at peak hours of business, which would be after 8 p.m. more than likely, access to the site should be improved as adjacent traffic levels on USTIC and Eagle should be much less than when it is at 5 or 6. With the proposed uses of a music venue and nightclub, capacity and hours of operation are obviously integral factors in determining the compatibility of the uses with the neighboring and planned development, both commercial and residential. The applicant proposes hours of operation for the Oasis on the weekdays, which I label as Sunday through Thursday, as 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. On the weekdays, sorry, those are the weekdays, 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. and 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. on the weekends, Friday, Saturday. For reference, the Villasport site is approved to remain open until 12 a.m. midnight, which would cover a majority of the same operating hours. The Oasis is further away from the existing residential than Villasport, but this does not mean any negative impacts are automatically alleviated. Therefore, staff recommends the weekday hours be limited from 4 p.m. to midnight to match the Villasport, and then the weekend hours be limited to 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. These hours of operation match, or again, one more hour than the Villasport closing time, which makes it more compatible with that use and nearby residential development. These limitations, as noted, are one less hour than what the applicant originally requested. In order to meet UDC minimum parking requirements, the suite size of 7,000 square feet would require a total of 28 parking spaces. And this is based on the restaurant use, which is one space per 250 square feet of gross floor area. Our development code does not specify parking standards beyond that for specific uses beyond that. That is our most restrictive parking ratio. With the approved CZC, which was for reference, a certificate of zoning compliance, which is a site plan review. This is from that approval, the overall site improvements, and the additional spaces which are on the site specific one. 102 parking spaces are proposed on site and would likely be all used because there is an existing cross access and cross parking agreement for this site in place. Both the landowner and applicant understand the entire site will likely be used for parking for this business. The approved plans do not show any parking along the future northern commercial lots here. And the landowner has agreed that those spaces will be built prior to this use commencing. Depending on how the parking is configured on the north side of the site, there's actually physical room for approximately 37 additional parking spaces, which includes the required width of 9 feet and including 4 landscape planners, which is in line with code requirements as well. Again, this is a maximum, but does show additional parking will be provided and can be provided on site beyond what is currently being shown. Because of the anticipated parking issues for the proposed use, staff has recommended the applicant landowner obtain a cross parking agreement with the adjacent properties to the south and to the west to increase the amount of available parking for this use. In addition, a minimum of 125 total parking spaces shall be constructed. That's an additional recommendation, which would obtain a parking ratio of 1:4 in accord with previous approvals. In the applicant's original narrative, an estimated capacity of approximately 1,000 patrons for the 7,000 square foot tenant suite was proposed. After receiving a conceptual floor plan, as already shown, preliminary discussions with fire plan reviewers discuss a maximum capacity closer to 700. But the exact number for the building occupancy, so fire occupancy and building occupancy, cannot be known until architectural plans are submitted with building permit submittal at a later date. However, through the CUP process, which we are currently in, capacity can be limited further. Because of the issues outlined, staff recommends that the capacity be limited to no more than 500 people, including the employees. Staff made this distinction because employees will likely take up parking spaces for the entire hours of operation, not just a portion of, and therefore they should be included in the maximum capacity. Staff arrived at this number because it is the same ratio as the minimum parking for the proposed use. Again, 1:4, which 1 space per 250 square feet is not 1:4. I do understand math to that point, but most commercial developments are based off of 1,000 square feet of gross floor area. So 250 square feet of 1,000 would be 4 spaces for every 1,000 square feet. So that's why 500 persons and 125 parking spaces equate to 1 space for every 4 people based on the maximum capacity. However, it should be noted that enforcement of any of these capacity limits will be difficult for the city to enforce. The applicant should discuss how they intend on enforcing these limits without requiring constant fire or police presence on site. Staff does recommend approval of the requested CUP because the proposed use meets or exceeds the minimum code requirements as outlined in the staff report. And after that, I will stand for any questions.
Any questions for staff?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Casanelli.
Joe, a couple quick questions. The capacity that you're recommending capacity at 500 persons.
Sir.
And if that's less than fire code and whatnot, how is that enforceable?
Commissioner Castellini, Madam Chair, through the CUP process, that happens quite often. We do it more often with daycares to limit the number of children being served. But through the CUP process and this entitlement process, we can limit that beyond the building requirements.
But how would that be enforced on a nightly basis?
That is a good question. And that is something I frankly should be left up to the applicant to, and as part of the CUP process, to show us how that can be and should be enforced. I understand those concerns, which is why I noted that at the end of my presentation.
And then, although I thought you were referring to parking, but you're referring to indoor capacity as well.
Correct. Not just the parking. They're tied together. So I imagine that if we can enforce the actual capacity, including the employees, the parking issue should be somewhat mitigated.
Okay, but there wouldn't be if they're under the fire, if they're within fire code, but over the 500, does the city have a mechanism to enforce that and whatnot?
Mr. Casanelli, my understanding would be that they could have their CUP revoked. Other than that, it would probably be code enforcement citations and things like that, which is how we would track that and know. My assumption is that if this were to get approved with the vehement opposition to it, that there would be many residents who might actually count people and report that which the previous city I worked at, that's how code enforcement worked. They did not do drive-bys and drive-throughs through cities. They just operated off of complaints. So it can be rather efficient.
Okay, I have another question if I'm okay, if anyone else has a question first.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Officer, where did you go?
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno. How's everybody tonight?
Good.
So to kind of go along with what Commissioner Casanelli was saying, and Joe is 100% correct. We can't be everywhere all the time. Obviously, I don't have the staffing for it to track how many people are in the building. There's been some tragedies throughout the United States where we've had buildings over capacity where hundreds of people have lost their lives in buildings similar to this. So in this case, this building is going to be sprinklered. It's going to have fire sprinklers in it. And so it should have the latest and greatest of everything life safety wise. But Joe is 100% correct. The bulk of it would be done off complaints of people using their gut and just saying, man, there's too many people here. And then we can send PD or whatever to take a look at the building and make sure that they're not over capacity. And if they are, then we tell them they either have to shut down and everybody out, or they have to remove people from the building.
Thank you. Commissioner Casanelli, did you have another question?
I did, thank you. Joe, and I seem to pick this up from a couple of the comments. I wasn't able to read all 455. I think that's what the number was, but there were several, and I know you kind of alluded to it up front as far as previous approvals and whatnot, just on the buildings themselves. But can you address, from what I picked up, there were several complaints about noticing and that sort of thing. Can you just reiterate or talk to that everything was, all proper noticing, mailing, those sorts of things were done?
Commissioner Casanelli, Madam Chair. My understanding, yes, the noticing part, that's done from the city. So I hope we didn't mess that up. Adrian never does, so I'm not pointing any fingers. Those are mailings that we mail out to within 500 feet. The sign posting, I believe, was one thing that had come up. I had driven by randomly, and it did look like the sign was a little off of it being adjacent directly to the site, but nonetheless, it was adjacent to Eagle, which is where it should be, and there was one adjacent to Ustick. And the reason for that was the reason why it was a little offsite is because of the construction that is going on, and there's an opening where probably the sign should have been, where the construction workers were accessing the site in and out. So as far as I know, as far as I've been told and understand, that it was all noticed correctly, including the neighborhood meeting. I know there were a couple issues with some changes in code, and I will take a little bit of brunt of that. I did not let the applicant know that had been changed from Monday through Thursday, because frankly, I wasn't aware of it at the time. And then he did correct and change it to the correct hours, and we moved forward with that. But it is my understanding that everything was code compliant.
Thank you.
Chair.
Commissioner Grove.
Joe, do you know, is there an outdoor component of this use that's being proposed?
Commissioner Grove, no, there is not. Obviously, people congregate on the sidewalks, but nothing is formally being proposed with that. And through the narrative and no discussions with the applicant has that come up.
Okay. I can ask the applicant about that. My concern there is the nature of this type of business, that assuming they don't allow smoking indoors, then when you start drinking, there's typically a congregation point. So making sure that they have some contingency plan in place. And then I had a second question, just so that by the time we get to the deliberation and discussion point, I am more certain than not that we will have a lot to undertake. But just kind of from the outset, could you very clearly define what our parameters are in terms of what we are ruling on and what we are not litigating?
Commissioner Grove, that's a good question. If Mr. Baird wants to weigh in at all, that would be wonderful as well. But from planning's perspective, you stick to the findings. Those are what we have to base these things off of when we do this. Some of the comments in the public were talking about location. We can't necessarily deny something just because we say we don't like where it's being proposed. That can be a component of the denial if that happens. It can be a component of the approval. It just can't be arbitrary. It can't be, we don't like the number of parking spaces for any unknown reason. That has to be a little bit more based in code, which is again why I could not recommend denial. I did not think that I had enough gumption or power within code to do that. So you guys kind of, I don't envy you tonight, have that authority to do that tonight, and recommend basing that in the findings of the conditional use permit, which are at the end of my staff report.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I concur with what's been said. This is a conditional use permit. And the way I look at that is, can you, as the Planning and Zoning Commission, find appropriate conditions to place on this such that it will fit within the rules? You've got a little bit more leeway than the staff does as far as, you know, he's come up with a arithmetic way to limit the number of people. If you don't think that that's appropriate and it needs additional conditions, the commission can certainly do that. So that's the way I would approach it as the commission.
Thank you. And with that, if there's no more questions, I'll ask the applicant to begin their presentation.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Casanelli.
sorry, I'm going to ask this question at some point, so I might as well throw it out there now. This is actually to, is it Chief Bongiorno or Deputy Chief? I'm sorry. He's muted.
Yeah, I'm here. So either one works.
Well, I want to give you your proper respect there.
Deputy Chief is my official title, but
okay,
a lot of people call me Chief. So.
All right, Chief, I'll throw this one out. There wasn't an actual report in there from the fire department that unless I completely missed it. There were comments in the staff report, but what I would like to know is just your overall, and I don't know how much flexibility you have with giving an opinion, but I just want to be real comfortable because obviously with this, I think, fire safety is an enormous component. As you mentioned yourself there, we've heard stories over the years. Obviously sprinklers are a big issue, but heard stories over the years where a place like this, there's been terrible tragedies. So I just want to make sure that the fire department is comfortable with the layout, the access, capacity, and all that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Casanelli, yes, the way this sits, so the things I initially look at is access, water supply, and just kind of the overall layout to make sure that we have full access to everything that we're looking at. So as far as the internals of the building, I didn't have any comments on it because that will all be handled through the plans process when they submit their plans. So our plans reviewers through the building department will go through the interior to make sure that everything meets building code, everything meets fire code. It's got the proper number of exits. We've got proper exiting for up on the mezzanine. And they're not putting flammable materials on the walls. that's all the kind of things that they will be looking at as far as the interior of the building and the capacity of the building as well. Because depending on how they lay out the building with either standing room only, or if there's tables and chairs, or if there's just chairs, that capacity is going to change depending on how it's laid out. So that 500 number that Joe threw out could change, and it most likely will, depending on how they present the plans to the city and how the layout and seating is going to be, because that dictates capacity, the occupant load of the building.
I guess with all that said, and as you know, as you're involved in the process of all that, are you fairly comfortable with the fire department's ability to respond to any emergency, as long as you have your input when they're laying out the proper exits and all that? Are you in the department comfortable with response to the and availability to get there and deal with any situation?
Yeah, Commissioner Casanelli, honestly, the only thing that I brought up as a concern to Joe and the owner was the parking situation, because we didn't know at the time what the occupancy load of this building was going to be. We weren't sure how many parking spaces were going to get used. There's other businesses obviously in this complex, and so that's why we were looking at, do they have a cross parking agreement with the people next door to make sure that the overflow parking is allowed to be captured in the next parking lot over, so we're not blocking fire lanes and anything like that. That was my biggest concern.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you. And we have the applicant present. Would you like to begin your presentation? Thank you.
You hear me okay?
Yes, and please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Brian Tsai at 3085 East Ustake Road here in Meridian, Idaho. That's the project site. I thought for a long time about how I would start this presentation until recently I received this fortune cookie. It said, "Your contributions to your community can be felt near and far." I'm Brian Tsai, I'm the owner of the Oasis, and the reason I'm here tonight is after pouring my heart and soul and every penny I've had into this project, I was very disheartened to see the letters of opposition for something I'd spent almost my entire life putting together as something for the entire community to enjoy. This project is a culmination of over a decade worth of ideas, and with that includes every penny I've made in those last 10 years, and then some. Half of that time I spent as a state trooper near the United States and Mexico border. I lost count of how many bodies I've moved or how many times I've heard bullets zipping past my head, knowing it was in full well probably meant to end my life. It's a sound that you'll never forget. So I left that life behind in a pursuit of a lifelong passion for music, to turn a bunch of ideas sketched across the endless napkins into something tangible and real. A multi-purpose venue that can be enjoyed by all ages, family uses, walks of life, and the community as a whole. Just to reach this point in development, I've already taken a second position lien on my house, received high interest net leases on equipment, and then additionally signed that collateral just in order to secure this lease for the building. They say nothing great comes without great sacrifice. Now, having been born and raised in Boise, like Commissioner Holland, Commissioner Casanelli, Commissioner Grove, I myself am an Idaho native. So when I say I grew up in this valley, I saw and experienced everything it had to offer from music, arts, entertainment, and nightlife. As far as Commissioner Holland, your role as the City of Cuna's Director of Economic Development, as well as the Boise Valley's Economic Partnership, and a Boise native yourself, you understand firsthand how much a benefit a music event alone can bring to both a city and the surrounding community. As you'd say in your mantra, you never stop learning, you never stop doing, and you never stop giving. Now, why did I think this belonged in Meridian? I could have easily paid rent half as much and put it in another city. I believed that was because Meridian was the most premier and upscale area that could accommodate a venue that was intended to be just as nice. When I met with an advisor from the Small Business Administration, it turns out he was well connected in the music industry and had emails from the then City Council of Meridian all the way back to 2010, asking if we knew anyone who was interested in building a venue in Meridian. These led up to the recent years. For example, when former Meridian Arts Commission member Hillary Blackstone, an advisory board of the City Council, and now who works at the Idaho State Department of Education, wrote a letter to the coordinators of the Treefort Music Festival and asked them what it would take for a company to build a venue in Meridian, because it had the potential to bring millions of dollars of revenue on top of coverage for arts and entertainment of all forms. Now, Commissioner McCarvey, your role in the Boise Convention and Visitors Bureau, I'm sure you understand how much attraction would come to the Treasure Valley and Meridian specifically to have a truly world-class facility in the area. In these folders are letters of opposition that have been sent to the city regarding our application. I've read every single letter twice. It appears the majority of them were copied and pasted messages from the same three people. I sorted them into several folders here just for their reference. This yellow folder here represents all the addressable concerns that have been posed by members of the community. And I'm here to assure the community that a project will have no detriment to the community in which it belongs. These are addressable concerns such as noise, crime increase, drunk drivers, and of course, traffic and parking, as we've heard throughout the staff report. In our noise analysis, we assume that the walls will be made of nothing but a single sheet of plywood, which is obviously impossible as far as building construction goes. The chart in our analysis shows that the outside noise will at all times be lower than the ambient sound of highway traffic coming from Eagle Road. Regarding crime, for the sake of comparison, in a 5-year period from 2015 to 2019, which is the most recent FBI crime statistics under the Uniform Crime Reporting Report, which is the UCR report, shows in comparison that 2,217 incidents of aggravated assault occurred in Boise over that time period. These are incidents which resulted in significantly bodily harm or death, including a force multiplier, such as an implement with a knife or a gun. Of those 2,217, only exactly one occurred as the direct result of a bar or club in downtown Boise, where dozens of such facilities exist. This means compared to the incident rate per capita, you are 6 times more likely to be stabbed or shot going about your daily life in Boise versus attending an alcohol serving establishment in downtown. Crime occurs where it's naturally drawn. It's the reason why Beverly Hills has a lower violent crime rate than in Midtown Los Angeles. If one incident occurs once in every 2,217, that's an anomaly and not a trend. By that same logic, we can look at the several armed robberies that occurred in the past month at gas stations and banks here in the Treasure Valley. Does that mean we remove all the banks and gas stations because a violent crime occurred at their premises? Now, Commissioner Lorcher, I believe you're the most recent addition to the commission, but before coming here, you've worked at 3 different alcoholic beverage brokers. So you know the alcohol industry well. You've also attended events at a number of venues around town, including the Morrison Center. You stated in your application to the commission that you encourage smart growth, which will benefit both existing and new residents, for the business and the community. Having both of those in mind, I'm sure you recognize the immense benefit a multi-purpose venue of this type can provide for the entire community. Regarding DUI crime in my law enforcement career, I personally arrested over 200 DUI drivers. Of those, since we actually track where those drivers are coming from as part of our interview process, only 2 or 3 of those originated from bars or clubs of any kind. The other 198 or so, rounded for the sake of estimation, came from private residences. The reason for this is because those who visit establishments to consume alcohol, almost all of them, have already made arrangements in advance to get home safely, either through a designated driver or a ride-sharing service of some kind. This, however, is not the case when they're forced to leave a private residence. And lastly, of the traffic concerns, which were mostly resolved by reducing our planning capacity by half, the city planning staff, as well as the fire marshal and the Meridian Police Department, agreed in consultation that this would alleviate, if not significantly remove, any issues with the parking or traffic. As noted in the staff report, we've provided over 450% more parking spaces than what is required by code, so 4.5 times the required amount. At this intersection with 2 major arterials, even if all 100 vehicles left at the exact same time, it could be possibly cleared out in a single cycle of the traffic control signals. Now, we're certainly not the first. There are several bars on this main drag of Eagle Road that are closed at the same times as our project, if not later. A drive down Eagle Road shows the commercial use as far as the eye can see. There are approximately a dozen licensed liquor establishments within less than a mile of our location, including at least 5 to 10 more that were added in the city of Meridian in 2020, with no marked increase of DUIs by percentage. And in total, there are already 61 other liquor licenses that are current in operation in Meridian. We are just asking to be number 62. This red folder, approximately 80 to 90% of the opposition's letters were letters that didn't address any particular concern, but stated they were opposed to the project because they went against their family or moral values. Now, if I don't like vanilla ice cream, I don't go out and try and get everyone else to hate vanilla ice cream. I just try it, or I don't try and go get companies to stop making it. I just don't eat it. Similarly, if not perhaps, but when somebody wants to build a strip club in Meridian, as they have in Boise, in no way would it affect my family values or my personal moral stance because I don't allow them to. Now, personally, I don't morally agree with strip clubs. It doesn't reflect on my personal values because I don't attend them. And finally, this folder here, I labeled within radius because this is the radius defined by law as the area of potential impact. The state law designates it as 300 feet. The city of Meridian has increased that and designated that to be 500 feet. These are the letters that were received within that radius. Which means when I cross-referenced the letters of objection from the list of owners and their residents on file with the city, I discovered that not only did not a single one of the opposition actually live within the lawful zone of impact, a smear campaign was presented by several of those opponents, intentionally spreading fear and rumors regarding our facility. Some of the residents that are living in the area that support the project, including 5 of which who live within this radius, stated that they had received flyers on their doorstep claiming that our facility was intended to operate as a strip club, including outdoor music and lights that would be distracting, and others had claimed that we had paid to promote prostitution from our facility, none of which could be further from the truth. When I reached out to some of these citizens who had written letters of opposition, they were surprised to discover the real practices of our business and responded to me saying that they didn't actually oppose our project, but only wrote the letter because they were instructed to. The fact that our opposition would go to such great lengths to spread misinformation should demonstrate the character of their intentions. The bottom line is this: Idaho Code Section 67-6512A of the Idaho Local Land Use and Planning Act states that the permit may be issued provided it is conditionally permitted by the ordinance, which it is, and submitted to subject to the conditions of the ordinance, in which Meridian Unified Development Code 11-4-3-10 meets all the requirements of not being located within a church or educational institution. And in fact, absolutely nothing is located within 300 feet, over a full football field away, which is the radius designated by the Idaho law for potential impact regarding conditional use permits. Now, several dozen experts and consultants at the city's planning staff wrote their staff report that this permit approval would be in compliance with over 8 different requirements for that approval that appears at the end of the staff report, and added that the project, and I quote, will add to the city's commercial base and will likely be a higher benefit to the users of future Villa Sport and residents to the southwest of this site. The proposed business offers a new commercial use, not only to this area of Meridian, but to Meridian as a whole, end quote. They added in conversation that much of the city staff, including the planners, love the proposed use and indeed sincerely want it in the city of Meridian. In addition, the project promotes the action item 6.01.02D in the comprehensive plan to develop indoor or outdoor multiple use facilities for a variety of recreational, educational, and cultural sports purposes and uses. Now, Commissioner Holland, I watched the previous planning and zoning meeting. You stated in the last hearing that the determination of conditional use should primarily include if the use fits the comprehensive plan. You've heard how the staff report demonstrates that it does, and additionally promotes the intended action items by the city as a whole. The report goes on to state that our project, and I quote, gives Meridian residents more opportunity to share in music and art and potentially bring new cultural experiences to Meridian through this business and value. And also in the last hearing, I believe it was Commissioner Seal, who's not in attendance with us today, stated as a city, we're trying to grow up and we need more businesses and we need more places of employment to exist. We're starting with the addition of at least 30 jobs, supporting all local businesses and musicians as a whole. I'm not sure who would be against a minority-owned business trying to open during a pandemic when the global music industry has lost over $1 trillion in revenue, at a time when over 150,000 bars and restaurants have permanently closed their doors as a result of COVID. Now, having been a minority business owner for nearly a decade, I experienced discrimination in seeking loans, filing applications, securing leases. These are all occurrences that are well documented nationwide. I refuse to sit back and be stepped on by opposition whose personal or business beliefs perhaps may stand on businesses being owned solely by white two-parent nuclear households. Statistically speaking, Idaho has one of the lowest rates of minority-owned businesses in the entire country and appears in the bottom 5 of the entire 50 states. All I'm asking for here is a chance to start a business of the few people who chase a dream of something they've always wanted to do, to bring something to Meridian that has been missing for decades and provides a massively positive community opportunity of financial and economic growth as well. This provides growth for both citizens and government, which in turn increases available funds for school, education, and other community programs. In addition to the letters of support that have been sent in, we've received several hundred messages, each with a unique reason for each individual of the importance of such a venue and why music is important to them. I included them here. It's over 16 pages with at least 10 or 12 messages per page of those supporters. Our Facebook page, despite having no advertising done, has already amassed over 600 followers based on the excited word of mouth alone from local residents. Now, in reality, less than 20% of our operations can be considered nightclub use. That's where we dispel a lot of the problems and the stigma surrounding facilities that are purely nightclubs. In fact, we've booked over 10 couples, many free of charge, to have their weddings and receptions at our facility. We are putting both the Idaho Humane Society and the Meridian Canine Rescue on our calendars, opening the venue to pet adoption events welcoming all ages, including kids and family events. A representative of the Meridian Canine Rescue, just a couple miles away from our site, stated, and I quote, "They are very grateful for the opportunity to use our venue space." The Idaho Humane Society stated they appreciated us bringing such an important and much needed space to the Boise Meridian area, since they were not able to reach out to Meridian due to the lack of venue spaces. We have several local dance clubs to be featured at our space and excited to bring dance styles, including hip hop, ballroom, and country western. These groups span all ages, including a local swing dancing group comprised primarily of age 60 and over members. We're even working with some local high school cheerleading groups so they can host their seminars and meets at our venue as well. We've also reached out to the Meridian Arts Commission and offered them the use of our space completely free of charge for any of their future uses. As Commissioner Yearsley said in an October 7th, 2013 introduction, he called Meridian, and I quote, "one of the greatest cities in Idaho, the #1 in Treasure Valley, and we're not going to be a bedroom community anymore," end quote. And you can't be the greatest without having a single venue of any kind for the arts. In total, based on our estimated expenditures, labor, and operating costs, we've already pledged over $20,000 of free venue use to the city of Meridian, several nonprofit organizations, and community uses that include both child and teenage programs due to the multiple use nature of the building. Almost done. A developer once told me that many groups interested in booking before you even open is a sign that the community as a whole is highly supportive of your project. I'd like to thank the commission for their time, and I'd ask the commission member make a motion for approval, in closing only to point out that there would be no outstanding reason, lawful or otherwise, not to approve the permit at this time.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Holland, you've come off mute.
Was it Brian is your first name?
Yes, Commissioner.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your last name, but I appreciate you taking some time to give an overview for us. I'm curious if you can talk a little bit more about safety for us. That's probably one of the bigger concerns we've seen, but what are some of the safety protocols you're proposing that might help mitigate some of the concerns the community is going to be bringing forward tonight?
First thing I'll address is the issue with capacity, just as that was posed as a question, just kind of right off the bat. We use a system that's created by a company called TokenWorks. They're the same company that makes the identification authentication programs and the machines that the TSA uses at the airport. So they scan the ID from top to bottom, they verify the age and that the ID is actually authentic using a number of different techniques that are forensic based on certain states. That system as a whole then links to a network of other known, like potentially known offenders that exist within the system. So if this person typically, people who create violence, people who have inappropriate conduct, people who are who commonly drink too often, these are people who have not done that for the very first time. They're typically have been to other venues before. Therefore, if they get kicked out or if they get flagged for follow-up or they get blacklisted from a venue, we'll know that immediately upon the entering of their attempted entry into our facility, and we could deny them entry into the facility prior to that point. As far as the other safety issues are concerned, we have, and it's posted on our website, we have absolutely zero tolerance for any type of inappropriate behavior, overconsumption of alcohol, or any of these other things that are typically associated with somebody going to a facility that's just a nightclub and then getting a little too out of hand. Among these things, for example, they say, well, how would you do this versus a regular bar? And I believe I have this in my follow-up rebuttal as well, which is that a normal bar, their only way to prevent overconsumption is by not overserving. That falls onto the bartender and their training to recognize the signs and symptoms of potential intoxication and then stop it before that actually happens. However, the bartender is there tending the bar. They're not there to tend to the rest of the business. So it can very, very easily slip through their observation that this person might go out into the parking lot and drive away drunk. The way we've mitigated that is through our plan, not only having the security staff posted at the entrances and the exits, but to have our actual bartenders and service staff trained above and beyond what the city of Meridian requires in order to recognize these signs and symptoms prior to them even leaving the building. And if need be, we can arrange for them to have safe transportation versus just letting them out of the parking lot and whatever happens from there. I hope that answers most of the things. I know there's a whole lot of things that can go around the concept of safety, and just as a base principle, I suppose I'd say that during any of the times where typically more incidents happen, which is admittedly later in the evenings, more towards the night times, we do intend to have our security staff at the doors screening every person that comes in for any potential weapons or alcohol that they'd like to bring in.
Thanks, Brian. That's it for now for me.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Lorcher.
I'm just curious on, there's lots of 3-acre parcels throughout the city of Meridian that can be developed. What drew you to the corner of Ustick and Eagle?
I'd actually been looking at sites for over 2 years before we had ended up picking this one. There was a selection of about 8 different sites that were available for commercial use. Unfortunately, based on us being a startup business in this particular realm, a lot of those weren't able to cater to being build to suit buildings, so to speak. We were able to find this particular developer that was very open to our concept. My broker is actually here in the room today. He basically bared with me over 2 years of trying to pick through these different sites. 6 of them were rejected immediately based on incorrect zoning. As you know, the city of Meridian has 15 different zones, only 4 of which require alcohol and this use of any kind. And then the largest scale of them being the C-G or the general commercial. So based on those restrictions, we were able to narrow it down to this particular site, which was to us an ideal location because it was situated just north of the village, where it was this up and coming prominent entertainment corridor that's recognized across the entire valley, but at the same time maintains that kind of buffered zone between any type of residential impact and is only buffered, I should say, only abutted on all sides by only other commercial zones.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Casanelli.
Brian, first of all, I appreciate your passion and your preparation. It blows me away. I think probably the rest of the commission as well. I want to say up front something I'm going to say here, that if I misinterpreted what you said, I'm going to apologize up front, but I'm a little bit offended that you would come out and possibly indicate that we might reject this based on race or minority status. That got me, and I want to tell you that's not how I view things. I think you know that this is just the nature of the business, is probably a bit of a hot topic and has nothing to do with anything else. That said, I've got a couple of quick questions for you. Are you okay with the recommendation of the reduced hours?
Yes. I almost said yes, Your Honor, but that's just a habit.
Are you okay with the reduction with the capacity recommendation by staff of 500?
Yes, that was actually our our kind of agreement with the actual planning staff that as a kind of working together, we came down to that number.
Okay. And Madam Chair, I've got a couple of other quick questions, if I might, as well.
Sure.
Parking. Have you talked with the Villa Sport people? Because I'm guessing that overflow parking might go into their parking lot. Have you had a conversation with them, and can you elaborate on that? If so.
I'm actually not entirely familiar with that, just because I'm only dealing with our project as a specific. For I understand that our developers are working with them with that. There are just a handful of issues because some of those permits have or may have already expired. But I believe they are working on that in order to work on some type of cross parking agreement.
Okay. And then finally, if you can you kind of give me a little bit better understanding, because I didn't go to the Facebook page or anything like that, of the overall. You mentioned some of the people that you might want to have that you've invited to utilize the club, and I think that's great as far as opening it up to different groups in the community. You mentioned all ages, but can you kind of give a little bit better? You've already ruled out the strip club aspect, but can you give me a good understanding of what the club will be?
Sure. So to me, I mean, Oasis, frankly, is a very common name. I found it to be immensely appropriate for this area because a typical oasis is a kind of like a desert setting where water is congregated, and then subsequently palm trees and animals and even people have gathered in that area as kind of like a watering hole. I felt that to be very appropriate since Idaho here, we're in the middle of a desert, and then we're building this kind of beach themed facility right in the middle of it. And that's what I imagine it as our facility. The reason I've poured the millions of dollars into this facility, and then the lease and all the obligations that go along with it, is just because I want people to walk in. There's very few people in this world who don't like the beach. I want people to walk in. I want them to be amazed at the amount of technology and lighting that we've installed into this facility to make it truly multi-purpose. The kind of floor to ceiling palm trees, the mezzanine areas, the type of the multi-use from that. To give you one example of how that could apply to all ages would be to say, for example, I work with one of the owners of Dirt Road Dancing. They're the guys who kind of host all the local dance classes at various facilities around town. In fact, he's actually teaching a class tonight, which is the reason he wasn't able to attend. But when they teach those classes, they're typically situated at places that are 21 and up. For example, like the Buffalo Club, they're not going to invite kids in there to join in those classes. However, if you are endorsed under the Idaho State, the liquor license as a multi-purpose venue, that allows us to designate certain 21 and up locations, either within the facility or as ours as a whole. And that allows us to bring those instructors in not only for just 21 and up crowds, but also for all ages, including kids and children, or kids and teenagers as well.
Thank you.
Commissioner Grove?
Chair, thank you. Question for you, Brian. With what I posed to the city staff was, what is the plan for outdoor gathering for patrons of the establishment?
Sorry, I forgot to address that as part of that portion, but at this time, we have no plans for any type of outdoor music or patio space at this time, I should say, of any kind. As far as the concern regarding, a smoking area, we'd intended to designate kind of like that, I believe it's the west end of that building, where they've left us a pad that could be potentially used as patio space in the future. That's right next to that kind of roll-up door structure. There's a set of double doors there. Starting out for our intended uses, we don't plan to have any outdoors activities, lights, music of any kind. But we may designate that area as kind of like a smoking area so that they're not kind of, just loose and running around in the parking lot and then have to get back in.
Okay, thank you. That's one of my concerns, just in terms of, that's, people are going to be out there doing that. And so if they don't have, lines and places to follow, it makes it a lot harder to keep that noise abatement in control. Also, just I understand, it's a little off topic, I guess, but Commissioner Casanelli's comment, I understand what he's saying. I personally did not hear it that way. So know that there's multiple ways that people heard the response that you had in your opening piece.
Yeah, and I apologize. That was in no way directed towards the commission itself. That was more of a response to the smear campaign that we were up against.
I think I did have a question. You've got, it was in here, this staff has recommended that you and the landowner obtain cross agreements with the adjacent properties for more available parking. Is that been successful, or where are we at on that?
I mean, to be honest with you, a lot of the reason a lot of this stuff got kind of done out of order, just because I'm not a land planner and we weren't able to hire one for this project. So as far as I understand that they're currently working on it, I'm so far down on the totem pole, so to speak, of what the developer has as far as agreements, that I'm not sure where they are on top of that. Is my understanding that the parking ratio itself would be adequate, in conjunction with our operating hours and the extra parking spaces, that 4-to-1 ratio would be adequate based on maximum capacity events. The reason that would be a lesser concern, so to speak, is that the majority of our operations will be far below the maximum capacity. These are things like private events, small wedding receptions, that type of thing. It'd be on the rarity that we'd have a maximum capacity events that strains the limits of the available parking.
And I think staff had also asked that you address how you intend on enforcing the limits without requiring the fire and police constant presence.
So that token work system, the one that integrates with all the other facilities of a similar type, and then networks with a list of blacklisted names or anything like that, that keeps a very specific and tight count on the actual ingress, because every person that enters the facility passes through that station as part of the screening process. And additionally, that's where we check for weapons, illegal drugs, illicit materials, anything like that. And it's for that reason that we can constantly track and monitor how many people are in the facility at any time.
Yeah, because in just reading the reports and everything, the capacity, your original narrative, you were anticipating 1,000 patrons and quickly agreed all the way down to 500. So, and now you're saying that it probably rarely will even be at 500. So just trying to get grip on where you're really at on.
The reason I
those
originally picked
capacities.
that 1,000 capacity number is just because, a lot of this information is second and third hand to me. A lot of it I just have to learn on the fly. So for example, I took comparisons of the actual capacity versus parking space versus occupancy numbers of, for example, like the Revolution Concert House, the Knitting Factory downtown, the Buffalo Club, the various venues spread across the Treasure Valley, based on their standing room only regulations on maximum capacity events. If you were to cap off some of those, I had assumed a number of about one person per every 8 square feet, which was a threshold of standing room only. And I had based that figure based on that number of our available floor capacity versus square footage. But when I realized that that number wasn't congruent with the other approved uses of those facilities in town, that's when I agreed to cut that capacity down significantly in order to accommodate the actual size and space of the use.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Madam Chair, Commissioner
Casanelli.
Casanelli. Brian, can you address, I think in a situation like this, one of the concerns out there is it's noise, it's drunk behavior, it's fights, those sorts of things. A lot of that doesn't necessarily tend to happen inside, and if it does, usually those people are bounced. What kind of security would you have in the parking lot area?
And that's an excellent question. And thank you for bringing that up as well, Commissioner. I did have that in my original narrative as well as the revision, that part of our security plan is we do intend to have staff not only within the facility, but also conducting periodic checks of the parking lot as well as the perimeter of the facility as a whole. That came up very early on in our planning process as the concern of, hey, there's going to be people who are various levels of alcohol consumption congregating in your parking lot, specifically after you've closed for business. How do you intend to address those concerns? And we address that using those security staff that not only checks inside, but also outside the facility. I guess mitigates those circumstances to prevent any type of excessive noise or potential for violence. And that at the same time, they can also check for anybody who intends to drive after they've had too much.
Okay, thank you.
Looks like we have no more questions for the applicant, so I will turn it over. We'll start public testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First is Jeffrey DeAndrea.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Jeffrey DeAndrea, 2347 East Weigel Drive, Meridian 83646.
Thank you.
While I appreciate Brian's drive and desire and all of his work that he's put into this project and his background, in the music, I too have a background in music. I'm a drummer, played in many bands. I love the music and everything else. I don't think some of our opposition to this is about that. And for him to actually say that some of us had low moral character and nefarious agendas towards him, I haven't seen that, and I live in the neighborhood. So if those flyers went out to somebody, I didn't see that, and I actually take offense because I have some actual, opposition. I don't understand why a traffic study was not done when it's a right in and right out, when we know that Meridian, I can take this off now.
You can't just, if you just.
With a right in and right out, we know that Eagle and Eagle and Ustick Road are very busy. And I know the hours are late, but if you've come by there, we live in that neighborhood, there's many a times where the Ustick light at Eagle is backed up past the other light that's at that next road, even up till 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night. Now you're going to have more people turning off of Eagle to go into because there's not going to be an entrance off of Eagle from the northbound traffic. They're going to have to turn onto Ustick and then turn down into the, that street. And then hopefully with that egress that they mentioned coming in, yeah, that will be there. But still, I don't understand why a traffic study wasn't actually part of this. Also, with the parking, he mentioned that, with the 1-to-4 ratio, with 4 parking spaces, that means, or excuse me, the 500 people with 100 parking space, 125 parking spaces, that's 4. When we look at that, where are the rest going to park? He hasn't looked into, have they gotten the agreement from those people that are just south of them to have overflow parking? And if not, are they going to be parking in that high density residential area on the side streets and stuff like that? How are they going to stop that from happening? I'm sorry, I wrote down a lot of notes during his talk and I'm just trying to go over most of them. I will say I appreciate Commissioner Casanelli's response to him using race, creed, and marital status is kind of, and I know it's not important, but it's just playing to the times, and it has no bearing on this proposal whatsoever. I believe the Meridian Council and the Meridian Planning and Zoning will take everything into consideration as they need to for the project. And he mentioned that at this time, we do not have outdoor music planned. Well, can this be mandated that they don't have outdoor music planned? Also, in the proposal at the beginning, when they said you won't be able to see it from the neighborhoods, well, with outdoor people, it's not the seeing so much, it's the hearing and the noise that the traffic and those in the parking lot make that can be disturbing. What is going to change that? Also, his last comment was on that they would have people monitor the parking lots for behavior that they don't want inside the club or outside the club. How often will that be? And then to have early on, when they gave the proposal, when staff gave the proposal, it was mentioned that mostly the citizens would have part of the obligation to contact police and stuff like that. While we work very closely with our law enforcement in our community, I'm not sure that setting up a new building and a new whatever you want to call it, place that automatically puts the citizen in kind of in a proper position to say, hey, we've got to be in charge of enforcing law around here by calling is an appropriate thing to do.
Thank you.
Is that my time is up?
Yeah, that was your bell before.
Okay, I didn't hear a bell. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate your time.
No problem. Thank you for staying.
Madam Chair, next up is Darian Renee Gustafson. Next up is Michael Eberling, sorry.
My name is Michael Ebling, 884 North Quartzsite Avenue, Kuna, Idaho, 83634. So I'd like to thank him for his community service as an officer. That's really awesome. And we all heard about all these the studies, what can happen with nightclubs and stuff, the crime rates. People will say all the different stuff, and there's arguments both ways. It's sad to see, there's going to be like so much increase in police patrols, prostitution, drunkenness, drug addiction, fights, gangs, vandalism, rape. Like these are all things, no matter what side of the political aisle you're on, you should be concerned about. But I mean, this is just a study. It'd be easy to, that's not me. That's not going to be us. But I can speak for myself. I grew up in Portland and I got addicted to drugs and alcohol and the nightlife. And I spent all my money, all the time in nightclubs and bars and that scene. And had it not been for my work about 9 years ago, moving to Meridian, where I got off of drugs and alcohol, I found a church instead of a nightclub. I got saved. I'm sober for 9 years, roughly. And I think had it not been for that, I would have just been stuck in that lifestyle forever, you know, in Portland. And I was able to save up and I was able to buy my first house in Kuna. I got married and now I'm looking forward to my children and what are they going to have to deal with. And I just see Meridian turning into Portland, and Portland's renowned for all the things that Meridian's not known for. And, you know, okay, it's only number 63 for the alcohol permit. And, you know, it's only one more, but we need to draw the line. You know, there's enough options for people who want to drink. That's great if you want to do that, you know, but where do you draw the line at, you know? So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next up is Kyle Schettler.
Lou?
Thank you. Name and address for the record, and the floor is yours.
Yeah, sure. My name is Kyle Scheffler. My address is 2003 North 9th Street, Boise, Idaho. So I am in support of Oasis. I'm in strong support of this. I'm actually the owner and operator of the Treasure Valley's newest community radio station, 103.1 KFFI FM. And the reason you haven't heard of us is because we are not on the air yet. We hope to be on the air within 6 months. Our station will be located in Boise, but we will reach the entire Treasure Valley. So I believe that I am a person in the community with a strong interest in supporting people like Brian, who are trying to bring art centers to where I believe it's sorely needed. It doesn't really exist that much outside of Boise. And it seems like 20% of the activities or less is going to be considered. This is not really just a nightclub. It sounds more like an community event center. Now for a nonprofit, we don't get any of our funding from the city. We don't get funding from the state or anybody. We pretty much fundraise. So by the community for the community, you know, that's what that means. When I hear of a proposed venue owner offering their venue to nonprofits to the city for free, I think that's pretty remarkable. Not to compare Big Al's to what this is going to be, but when Big Al's was coming, were they offering, you know, free space to nonprofits and things like that? I doubt it. Maybe a discount at most. And I know firsthand how expensive it is to rent out events space, and it cuts into the overhead of the causes that charities are trying to promote. And just to address the gentleman before me, with all due respect, if preventing a nightclub from opening is gonna be the make or break of you using drugs or drinking, why not stop at nightclubs? We should be, you know, well, why don't we close liquor stores too, and any stores that sell tobacco, which is also known to kill lives. So, thank you.
I think before we go on, I think let's keep comments to the proposal and not the personal feelings. I think we can move on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next is Kelly Russell.
Hello, my name is Kelly Russell. I live at 1530 West and Taylor Street, Meridian, 83646. Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity just to make public statement. I also agree that I appreciate Mr. Tsai's service as a police officer. I know that's a hard job. I appreciate what he's done there. I live in Meridian. I'm in the events industry, and I can very much appreciate the need for event locations in Meridian and how the industry itself has taken such a hard hit. And I appreciate Mr. Tsai's risk that he's taking and the way that he wants to bring some space, some event space to this city. I do have a few concerns that are logistical as well as what has been said already. Apparently, it's ACHD that does the traffic and those kinds of things, so I can take it up with them. But I do agree that Meridian tends to throw up buildings and think about traffic later. So I just wanted to make that statement. I drive twice a day past this area, and it's always bottlenecked, and even at night, it does have quite a bit of traffic still. I also just wanted to speak to the housing concern, the noise abatement. An event center, I believe, could be different than a nightclub situation. And if I'm understanding correctly, this is about a conditional use permit that goes more towards a nightclub. If I lived in that neighborhood, I would definitely be concerned about safety, about noise, about people wandering into my neighborhood. I know that that's not the only neighborhood, that there's several popping up all around. That's just the nature of this city. So specifically to the conditional use permit, just with the understanding of that, if other venues like Boise State Stucco Center, that's very much towards events and weddings and those kinds of things in nature, have really served a great purpose and brought a lot of great things to our community. If this location is also something that can be used in that way, I believe that would be a great addition to our community. However, the nightclub model that it is leaning towards does concern me a little bit, just due to the nature of the lateness and the traffic and being out mixing with alcohol and those things. And so I just wanted to make those points known. And like I said, I will be contacting ACHD about my other traffic concerns. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Tsai, for what you are doing to bring business to this city. And I just appreciate what you said tonight.
Madam Chair, next is Joyce Mock.
I'm Joyce Mock, and I live in a close by neighborhood at 4031 East Conklin Drive, Meridian, Idaho 83646. And good evening, Madam Chair and the commission here. I have some concerns about this. I love music. I love going out and having a good time, but I have serious concerns with it so close to so many residential areas. The traffic, Eagle and Ustick is one of the most dangerous and heavily trafficked intersections in our area. And the fact tonight when I heard there was no traffic study done, that really shocked me. So that's a huge concern. There's very serious accidents that happen there. And I do believe it is one of the most dangerous intersections. Parking concerns is another one. And then when I heard the 4-to-1 ratio, that was another concern of mine. Safety issues. I heard him say that they were going to work, or in the statement in the beginning when he was outlining everything on it, that they will work with the police and the neighborhood watches. So to me, if they already know they have to work with them so closely, that's concerning to me too, because I think a venue like this could increase DUIs, things like that, the drunken driving, the violence and things like that. So that's a concern for me. And I'm an Idaho native, and like I said, I love the music and the arts and all that, but I don't want to see this going so close to our neighborhood and other neighborhoods. I think there's better places for a venue like this. And I do think people that wrote in their concerns, I think they need to be valued for what they wrote in. And although a lot of them are probably sounding a lot alike, it sounds like up here too, we all have a lot of the same concerns. So I don't think you can dismiss those. And I think one thing when I've come to these city council meetings, I have always thought Meridian does a really good job of looking at what is best for our community. And I really appreciate that. So thank you for taking the time to really look at everything and what's truly best for our city. Thank you.
And I think I will segue right off of that, because we have looked at all of the public testimony that was sent in, and we do acknowledge that most of the concerns revolve around the traffic and the parking and the noise. And so if you, we're happy to hear everybody, but if you have new concerns other than those, I think the commission is prepared to discuss those issues. So if you have new concerns, please step forward. But if we're at the point where we're repeating those same concepts, I think we understand those. And as well, the people who are for it, that are loving having the potential of event space and a music venue in Meridian. I think we understand those. So we'll go forward with anybody else who wants to comment on anything else.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next is Terry Silsby.
Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Terry Silsby.
Uh-huh.
Address, dwelling or business? It doesn't matter. So mailing address in Meridian is 104 East Fairview, 83642.
Okay.
I've grown up here in Meridian, and I've spent a lot of years traveling up and down Eagle Road. I understand the area, and I had a great deal of pleasure in working with Brian in finding that location and in working out the lease and working with him in the business plan. And as you can tell from your visit with Brian, well, what a great pleasure it is to be involved in a business planning environment with him. He's got a great scientific mind, and he's a great addition to our community. I do want to say I spent some time in right-of-way, working in various corridors with the state transportation department in Ada County Highway District as working in right-of-way projects. I do understand the issues of traffic in and out and ingress, egress. You've got the highway, state highway issues, the Ada County Highway District with its transportation department itself. You've got several different entities dealing with the thoroughfare there. So that is an issue that I think can easily be addressed. But what people don't realize is a lot of the traffic patterns that they are seeing here now is as a result of traffic being redirected onto Eagle Road from other areas that have been under construction. And then on top of that, they are adding different access to the freeway and things like that, so that, and widening roads. So it's taking the burden off of Eagle Road. So over time, I see long-term that there's going to be a change in traffic patterns and the relief of some of the pressure. But on top of that, I think it's important to realize that, and for everybody to look at this, that area was designated commercial long before the residential areas came in. So while I agree some of the traffic issues need to be addressed and will be, and I think are already being addressed, albeit fairly slowly. There's another thing I'd like to make a point. If it was Barbacoa or the Yard House or other well-known restaurants that also serve alcohol that were wanting to locate to this position and add a music venue, I don't know that we would have had exactly the same opposition to this, because those are well-known names and people understand that they're a very high-quality event. Brian has worked hard to look at having a professional chef involved, a very high-quality event, both for a restaurant and to have the clientele appreciate and experience something that is going to be a quality and become something that they want to have their family members involved in as well. I have no problem planning in the future to bring my family to this environment. When my daughter, who's 16, when she's old enough, I'm planning to bring her there. I'm a member of the country swing dance community, if you will, and those are some of the friendliest, most agreeable people that you'll ever meet. And he's going to be bringing those people to that environment. A lot of us travel great distances so that we can practice what we call the art form of swing dance. And it's fun. And I think a lot of the people here would also eventually participate as well. So you know that I'm in favor of this, but I also wanted to mention some of those points. And I think that there's already in 5 or 7 alcohol serving businesses in the village, and we haven't seen a lot of the problems that people have been bringing up. And one more point, I did talk to someone who's in a subdivision roughly a mile away, and they have had someone put in their subdivision newsletter and broadcast that, trying to create opposition for this event. And so there does appear to be an organized attempt to try to suppress something that I think is a great addition to our community. Thank you.
Madam Chair, next is Zach Yates.
State your name and address for the record, and the floor is yours.
All right, my name is Zach Gates. It's 814 Sage Creek Road, Nampa, Idaho. I'm in support of my friend Brian here. I also like to, as far as music goes, like I'm a really big fanatic for it as well, but I'm also wanting to venture out and also expand my abilities to, I guess, maybe like DJing, for example, but also get more of a taste for other artists as well. So I think this venue that he's developing, putting under construction, is a really big influence for a lot of smaller artists to help get their name out. It is really hard to, unless you're like really well known on major radio stations, it can be really hard to get your name out there. But also, as far as like the alcohol side of thing, I was like, the gentleman earlier mentioned, is restaurants, they serve it anyways. They have to have a license for it. Even event center areas or places that host events, they got to have that license anyways, because people are going to have that option. I mean, it's like, it's no different than any other event center around that would cater to maybe like parties, charitable programs, or even weddings. So I just wanted to share that and show my support for my friend Brian here as well. So thank you.
Dave Sattler, would you like to testify?
I'm Dave Sattler, 2060 East Lobelia Street, 83646. So as a small business owner myself, I think it's important to be clear here that though there may be some time and space given to community organizations and nonprofit entities, that is not your business. I know as a small business owner, you cannot operate for free. So I think to say that you'll be rarely at capacity, I think that's a little misleading, because your profit generating activity is your nightclub. And I think it's a little mischaracterization to say that this is a music and arts venue when all of that is done under community engagement and free use of space, which is a nice gesture to get the conditional use permit, but is not driving any revenue for you, which in my opinion, as a small business owner, means that will go away. I think that friends and business partners as your supporters is also, I think, a little illustrative of the lack of support that those who live within any proximity to your business is a lack of support. I think that free is not an expression of community support. So in my opinion, council or commission, I think, although that's awfully nice of him, that is a kind gesture that does not generate any profit, and thereby I wouldn't be surprised if it goes away. Knitting factory parking is all over Boise. I think that the staff's opinion of 4-to-1 as an acceptable parking ratio for a nightclub, I think is maybe a little bit inaccurate, as most people that attend restaurants, which is what that ratio is based on, come together in a vehicle. And it is my concern that that will be inaccurate or inadequate for the 500 plus individuals they plan on having there between the hours of 4 and 1. Also, based on I am one of those 200 letters that was submitted. It was not a form letter. It was, though shared concerns do not mean form letters or copied letters. I do not feel that this fits the bill of a mixed use regional use. Based on surveys that I've provided in my testimony that I submitted, it is abnormal for a mixed use regional designation to provide a nightclub establishment to fulfill that criterion. In fact, in that survey, which again you can find in my provided testimony, it is common among major cities for there to be a distinctive designation for nightclubs because of the noise, their proximity to schools, public places, congested traffic, and drunken behavior. So there is also a correlation in a nightclub drinking versus restaurant drinking. Restaurant drinking is allowed in a mixed-use regional, but I will note that research has indicated that nightclub drinking leads to more criminal behavior. And an Oregon State Patrol study in 2006 said that their top 10 locations for drunken behavior were those who had just recently visited a nightclub. That's again in my testimony. You can see that they actually ended up conducting a sting that summer to address 6 of those in particular. So while we're making the distinctions between restaurants providing alcohol and nightclubs providing alcohol, there is a researched, well-documented basis for difference in behavior from those coming from those 2 establishments.
Can you wrap up your thoughts? That was your bell a minute ago.
Sure. I think that the other thing that I would say is, which has been noted here, Eagle Road is obviously already a very busy place. I think that there would be a better location for this business to actually do better than within 2 miles of 7 elementary schools, 4 middle schools, and 1 high school. My children are pedestrians on that street, and 42% of my Meridian fatalities happen on that stretch of road within 2 miles of the proposed location of this nightclub. And I'm concerned that with almost half of our fatalities coming from that stretch of land, increasing that type of behavior and that level of attendance puts my children and all the other thousands of children within 2 miles, just 2 miles of the proposed location increases greater risk to our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric Schurman.
Hello to the commission. My name is Eric Sherman. I am a local business owner in Meridian, and I'm at 3340 North Eagle Road, which is directly adjacent to this proposed venue. And I am not, for the record, Brian's friend, although I have met him when he came to my business to let me know about the proposed business that he was making. I actually started my company because of music. I've been a concert goer myself since I was 14. I've been to hundreds and hundreds of concerts. I've been to a concert on a cruise. I've been to so many concerts, and just music is a big part of my life and a big part of my life with my wife. And I am a father of 3. I am a Christian. I live a good life. I work hard for my family. I moved to Meridian because of the slogan. I'm not sure if it's still the slogan, but I believe it was built for business, designed for living. was what drew me to Meridian. And the key word there is living, not existing, but living. And I think that we do have a lack of places that can house the right type of scene. Okay, that's a big quote. But local music is important. It's important to a lot of people. I actually employ someone who's in a local band that opens up for really, really big bands. He opened up for a large band in Boise just before COVID. And the passion that these people have for their art is insane. And I'm not a musician, but they work so hard and they do all these things. And if they don't have the right platform, they cannot go anywhere. And that Kyle there that I just met a few minutes ago, he said that when he was here at the stand. And a lot of the things he said were awesome, and he took a lot of steam out of what I was going to say. And then also Terry, he hit on pretty much all the other things. I do want to talk about the traffic. Okay. So I think I have a little bit of a unique platform because guess what? I've been there for 6 years on that intersection every single day, day in and day out. You can ask my wife. She doesn't like it. But anyhow, yes, there is traffic there. There's a lot of traffic there. And I can name about 3 or 4 more spots where the traffic's worse in Meridian. And the traffic is bad. However, my store until COVID closed at 7 p.m. And so I would literally leave at 7:05, 7:10. And by then it was pretty clear. Okay. So now that we've changed our hours to 6 o'clock, I do hit a little bit of traffic. I was actually late to this meeting because of that said traffic. And it's there, it exists. I think that it needs to be talked about. And I think that Brian, I met him literally one time, and then I saw what he proposed here today. And I think that with the preparedness that he's shown, I would, based on just that alone, I would want to be a patron of his business, understanding that I'd be safe, and that I'd have a great experience in whatever he's doing, because he's that passionate and that prepared.
Okay.
So thank you for hearing me out.
You.
Kristen French, would you like to speak? Josiah Savino, would you like to speak?
Hello, my name is Josiah Savino. My address is 8598 Westfall Drive, Boise, Idaho. I've been in Boise 9, almost 10 years now, and I'm a musician, singer, songwriter. And when I moved to Boise, the first thing I did was look for the most talented artists and collabed with them. And I've been doing that nonstop since. What I found was people would say, well, why don't you perform more? And I would say, well, where would I perform? There wasn't any venues that actually had space for audiences that people were showing up for. And obviously the marketing wasn't great here, right, promoting. So I was pretty excited when, like the other 600 people online, when I heard, oh, there's gonna be an event center, it'll be a nightclub, and an event center, right, can do both. And everything in life has a balance. I actually don't drink, I don't support drinking, but I still love to dance. And like this last 2 weekends ago, I went downtown, had the time of my life. I didn't touch alcohol. I danced and had a great time with friends. So I just think it's important to understand that you can have an environment, but everything in life has a balance, right? So this event center can do remarkable things. You guys heard some of his visions, and obviously he's passionate. He's going to be creating, working, giving everything he can to create the most amazing experience. Not like sounds like no one else has done here, which is exciting for me. And also I spent the last 3 years of my life making an app. What is the app's vision? It's to create community. How do you do that? What do you like to do is the question of the app. And you have a map and it shows activities in your area. And I think that an event center like this would be great opportunity for places to meet, even outside the club.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we're ready to move to our online citizens. Randy Black, I see you're on the telephone. I'm going to go ahead and unmute you here.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
This is Randy Black. Can you hear me?
yes. Go ahead.
Uh,
State your
Hi, Commissioner.
full name and address, please.
Randy Black Jr. Address is 10789 West Twain, Las Vegas, Nevada 89134. I'm the managing partner of the Villa Sports property on the adjoining site. And Brian, I'd love to commend you on your presentation. I've done this for 30 years. That's one of the best, most thought out presentations that I've heard. So you're clearly a great business operator and take this seriously. I think this event and the menu is a warranted benefit to the city. Still a lot of concerns. I can tell you that we have been kind of half talking to the Wadsworth guys. Our big concern is traffic, circulation, late night policing, parking lot cleanup, bottles, trash, etc. And I think that site on the corner with the amount of square footage that's planned on the 3.4, I believe it is, acres, is a very serious parking constraint that can be mitigated through hours of operation, etc. We do not have any agreement for any overflow parking, nor has one been proposed. We'd certainly entertain the thought of that concept. We would have to clear it with our tenant and make sure that they are A, okay with the use, B, have a fairly detailed lease / policing, cleanup, maintenance agreement, etc. So while we're not opposed to it, there's a lot of hurdles to get through to clear that part. In the event there is a capacity event that occurs on site so that we can accommodate all of those patrons. So I would tell you that we're music lovers as well. I can see the need for this. Event space is at a premium. There's nothing available when you look in Meridian. So while it's a warranted need, there's still a fair amount of those type of related items that would have to be addressed for us to be able to support it as adjoining property owners. But I think the use is compatible with an intersection of that type and volume. There is very limited access on Eagle, so a traffic study would without question be needed to determine how to address all of those issues. And we would be willing to work with Brian on at least discussions on how we could handle this overflow portion. But I'm here to tell you, as of now, we don't have any proposals on the table and have had only passing conversations with Wadsworth, which I wouldn't put that on Brian, because if it meets codes, I could see the user here and the business owner thinking that was potentially sufficient. But the reality is, we know for bigger events, you've got to have something organized where we have 495 parking spaces next door, but a fiercely protective tenant of their use of that. So we'd be happy to work with the applicant in this so that we could potentially address that portion of the requirement so that that box could be checked, and then the rest of them could be addressed as council see fits on the balance of those questions. And I hear the bell, so that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Black.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next is John Hastings. John, one moment, please.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, state your name and address for the record, and the floor is yours.
I'll show you my video just for the fun of it. My name is John Hastings, 2973 North Eagle Road, Suite 110, Meridian, Idaho 83646. I wasn't planning on testifying tonight, but I did see the applicant's presentation. I'll echo the previous caller that I felt that it was a well thought out presentation that Brian had. He did show an empty folder for the vicinity properties, and I own the commercial building that's about 350 feet away to the south of the project. And I did write a letter in there. I just felt like I should be in the blue folder, Brian. But anyway, I had a few concerns that I wanted to bring up as a fairly close business owner and commercial property. One, I know parking's already been talked about. I feel like people, when they park, will take the path of least resistance. And so I certainly think that people coming from U-Stick will enter the project and park in the designated parking spots. I have concerns that the people coming in from Eagle Road through the roundabout and then between the residential properties and my property off of Cajun there will kind of park in the path of least resistance and not in the parking spots designated for the project. I also have a concern about just late night traffic and loitering in general. I understand the applicant's desire that will be kind of policed from sweeps of the parking lot and things like that. I just don't know how that's enforceable, and kind of what the plan would be to enforce that in the long term. Things like outdoor security, drunk driving. What assurances do we have beyond we have a plan to mitigate that? And then lastly, just as we've talked about, Eagle Road access is difficult. And so people leaving the venue lots of them go to U-Stick via various methods, but I have a concern that they will exit via Cajun Drive between the residential property and our property there, and then try to navigate the roundabout in the residential area to get to Eagle Road, and do that after having had some alcoholic beverages. And I think that the idea that it's not a big deal to the residents in that area, I just don't see that, because I think that you're going to have late night traffic navigating that space in the residential area. And so those are my concerns. I also agree that I think that this would be a great thing for our city. I just don't know that this location doesn't make a lot of sense to me for it, based on those concerns and some of the other concerns that I've heard today. And so I wanted to express my opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hastings.
Madam Chair, next is John Hager. John, one moment.
Hello, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, state your name and address for the record.
My name is John Hager. I live at 3664 North Summer Park Place in Meridian, Idaho, about a half mile from the site. I agree with Commissioner Casanelli that race has nothing to do with this. I was born in Venezuela. I've married an Argentine American. We run a woman-owned business together that employs 46 people in a very similar square footage, and we pay career salary. While race is irrelevant to the conversation, I believe that employment is. The applicant has made claims about who he's going to bring. Any other business is going to add jobs to the economy. Any other business is going to be able to probably provide more jobs. 30 jobs in 7,000 square feet isn't a lot of job density. What any other business won't, but we've missed from the discussion tonight, is objectify and demean women. I'm also concerned about the inconsistent marketing, and this should be a concern to the commission as well. My letter to the council that I submitted before this meeting included screenshots encouraging men to be dressed in business attire, while women were encouraged to wear sundresses or their best beach attire. I have 5 daughters, and the objectification of women and inconsistency of the business model stated and they're against the stated mission and the objectives of the city of Meridian. Again, I'll refer to my letter, which is part of public opinion. Charging $15 for men and $5 for women to enter is a common tactic that nightclubs use to attract more females whose sexual parameters are loosened through alcohol consumption. The recipe is a notoriously predatory environment with increased sexual assault, rape, and substance abuse. One of my 5 daughters catches the bus less than 1,000 feet from the site. And this marketing, I'll note, has been changed since some of the opposing views have been voiced in the community. So my question to the council and to the commission is, what does the deliberate change of marketing say? What about the website now, the website that now claims that there's going to be free weddings or that it's saving puppy dogs, which are things that it didn't say before? The weddings are free because he's going to be serving alcohol. What do the claims on the applicant's Facebook page when he said that the actuality was that he had 15 letters in support for every one that was against, when the actual count is 165 against to 34 that is for? What else is being misrepresented by the applicant? We've seen some other examples of this with the blue folder, as was just mentioned by Mr. Hastings, who owns a business so close. So when the applicant says that our questions, those of us who are in opposition, that it should question the character of our intentions, I ask the commission to stand up and question the intentions of the business model. On the same Facebook page, he's also been deleting comments that were in opposition. He's been trying to silence the opposition. So let's be clear. This is not an event center. It's a nightclub. It's not a restaurant. I'll note that restaurants like Barbacoa and Yard House do not charge their female patrons less than the male customers. So let's call a spade a spade. And yes, there has been an organized effort against something. That point should resonate with the commission. An organized effort is not a bad thing. Organized efforts and grassroots politics are what this country is founded on. Frankly, it should raise a warning flag to the commission that the community is not generally in support of this. And I call on the commission to represent the community that they serve. I'm also concerned about the 1,000 people that's now down to 500 people and no problem. Now it's rarely going to be 500 people. I would say that either the applicant doesn't understand what the business model is or he's not telling the truth. Those are two major concerns. I think that the commission has a responsibility to look at and try to understand what the ultimate goal is of this business. Thank you.
Madam Chair, next is Camille Sheldon. Camille, one moment, please.
Hello.
State your name and address for the record, and the floor is yours.
Hi, I'm Camille Sheldon. I currently reside at 13963 West Hartford Drive, right off of Eagle Road. And I have to say, the Oasis sounds fantastic. I think it sounds great place to have an enjoyable time. But my opposition in for that, in previous statements this evening, where it was stated that only 20% of the night, that the center would only be 20% nightclub, and all the rest of these other events that, you know, were mentioned to be free. How is the applicant going to be able to receive a return on investment if you're only using the space 20% of the time for what you've intended it and the rest of it? And so it kind of seems a little masked over the statements as to what the real use is. I do think it would be a great place to have an event center if it could. I have been on the website, the Oasis website, and it does talk about doing some, you can have dance recitals, just they're great things on there that I think would be great for the community and a great place. But the location, I feel, is completely inappropriate due to all of the reasons stated beforehand. And I would also like to acknowledge that there are inconsistencies on the website. I've been watching it a couple times, and it has now changed again to list like the free weddings, which wasn't on there before. And it was mentioned that we were hiring that they were planning on hiring a chef nowhere on here does it mention anything about serving food. It does talk about serving 5 different cocktails each week, which could be fun, but nothing about being like a restaurant area. And then I guess my other thing is, if this place is so great and we're only using it 20% of a nightclub, why don't we just take away the nightclub portion, still allow it to be designated as the art museum and event center, something to promote music, but then just say, okay, well, alcohol consumption is maxed out at this, and closing hours are midnight every night or something, in agreement to try and come to a compromise anyway. So greatly appreciate all of your time, and especially how late this is going. That's my comments.
Madam Chair, that's all I see.
Okay. With that, I think we're about ready to move forward. I think the commission has a good grip on the items that have been mentioned, and I see a couple more hands being raised. So if you have something new to contribute, we would welcome hearing that. But if you're agreeing with people that have already spoken, I think we can move on.
Madam Chair, I apologize. Jeff Verba, I see you online. I apologize. I missed that you had signed up earlier. One moment. My apologies, Madam Chair.
No problem. Jeff, if you would unmute and state your name and address for the record, the floor is yours.
Hello, Madam Chair and Commission. This is Jeff Verba. Address is 3005 North LeBlanc Way in Meridian, Idaho. I live in the Jackson Square subdivision. I'm the Vice President of the HOA here. We are located directly southwest of this facility that's going in. A couple things other than what most of the other people mentioned that I wanted to bring up was we had that meeting earlier this year here with them over at the pizza place. It was discussed at that time about their restaurant that they had in their facility. And it was mentioned to us that it really wasn't a restaurant per se. They were going to be serving little fast foods for like your taco night or a little taco night if they're having a taco thing going on, rather than a sit-down restaurant in there. I asked about if I could bring my family over there, would I have to pay a cover charge to get into the restaurant to eat? And that's when they mentioned it was not a full-fledged restaurant, a sit-down type restaurant to eat in it. So between that, what's going on here, also in their conception floor plan, the one we saw earlier in the year, where the Jamba Juice is at on the west side of the building, he said that was going to be a parking area. So for the Uber and rideshare cars to come in to be able to haul the patrons out. Now I see with the new floor plan there, that's where they're going to have the smoking area. That's where they're going to have all this. So the ride shares that he was saying they were going to be using, that most people be using going there, there's no place for them to park. Where are they going to be parking at now? The other item that they brought up during that other meeting was that they interviewed a bunch of the homes and areas around here, and the people were so excited about that facility going in because they could walk there. Okay, most of the places around, you're going to cross Ustick Road, which is 45 miles per hour if the lights are green. You got to cross Eagle Road, which is 55 in that area if the lights are green. You want somebody under the influence of alcohol waiting for the stoplight to turn so they can walk across the road if they're crossing at the intersections instead of jaywalking. And all of a sudden, I'm just going to run across. I don't want to wait. Someone's going to get hit in that intersection. We've already had one death there within the last couple of years where somebody was standing on the corner and was run over and killed. And they weren't under the influence, neither was the driver that hit him by accident. They also mentioned that they were going to have security outside all the time, not just randomly throughout the day checking stuff. My concern with that is once, if they're not making the money they're expecting, who's going to get cut? Those security people that are going to be out watching that parking lot to make sure that the people are leaving, making sure that the people aren't raising a ruckus out there or getting in a fights, the ones that they threw out from their nightclub. I live right around the corner. I do not want to see the extra traffic coming through my subdivision and items like that. And I agree with everything else that's been said earlier too. Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Joe. Joe, 1 moment, please.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Joe White. I live at 1598 North Leslie Way in Meridian, Idaho. Madam Chair and Commission, I appreciate your time this evening. I know it's getting late. I'll be brief. I live directly west of the proposed facility, and I do also find it offensive that my letter was not in that blue folder. I know all of my neighbors. I know where Mr. Verba lives. I have not found anybody within that vicinity who is in support of this. I own a small business in the city, and recently a dance company was put in next to us. And when they ran out of space for their facilities, they would try to park in our facility, making it difficult for my business to function. I don't see how this can, how logistically this can work. The reality is, his business model changes and his needs change, there are going to be some serious traffic concerns, some serious parking concerns, and the community around him is going to have to bear the brunt of that punishment. It's not fair to the citizens to have to police that, and it also puts undue load on our police department, who already has to deal with the other things they're doing to keep our community safe. And now they're going to be driving around having to issue parking citations and trespassing and all these other things that really we should not have to deal with around here. I'm not opposed to his idea. I think he's got a good head on his shoulders. I think he's going to do well wherever he puts his business. I just think this is the completely wrong location for it. I thank you for your time, and that's all I have.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next is C. Kynaston. 1 moment, please.
Okay. C. Kynaston, if you'd unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record, the floor is yours. There you go. Please state your name and address for the record. We can see you've unmuted, but we cannot hear you. I apologize. I don't think your microphone is working on the device you're using. You are unmuted, but we cannot hear you. If you'd like to type your concern. Okay.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
There you go.
I can't tell if anyone can hear me, honey.
Yes, we can hear you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes,
Anybody?
We can hear you.
Honey, I can't figure out if they can hear me or not.
Well, okay. We can hear you.
Keep speaking. Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, thank you. All right,
state your
I
name and
guess I'll
address for
start
the
over. I
record.
don't know what you guys heard and didn't hear. So my name is Sherilyn Kynaston, 3725 North Nefa Avenue, Meridian, Idaho, 83646. Joe Dodson, in his presentation of this in the very beginning, made the comment that there is a ratio in support of this plan of 25% when you are counting the public participation, and 75% is against. And I just want to be clear that the numbers are exactly 154 are against this project to the 32 who have written in as public testimony, and that percentage is 80% against and 20% for. There is a lot of us who do not want this coming into our neighborhood. And we're concerned with not just the business model or the business practice, but the business owner. He has shown repeatedly self-interest and a lack of concern for our neighborhood and a lack of concern for the truth. And he is constantly changing what he has to say about his business to meet the requirements that will just get it approved by the city. If you follow his Facebook page, he made the claim of 1 to 15, when at that moment, when he made that claim, it was actually 42-24, a ratio of 2 to 1 against his business, not in favor of it. And now the ratio is substantially larger, 5 to 1. His website changed from being objectification of women to totally removing that section, as John Hager spoke of earlier. We feel like he is doing all of this just to get the CUP approved, and then it will be back to the business how he originally intended as soon as he has that CUP approved. He's declared that our property values will raise when in actuality it will lower our property values significantly. And he claims it's a benefit to our schools, and it is not a benefit to our schools. He claims it'll be a boon to our city, and the people here who live here definitely do not feel that way. And it's going to be bringing in outside clientele, people who don't live here, who don't care about our neighborhoods, coming in and trashing our neighborhoods as they attend this place, get drunk and go home. And he claims his family values are the same as ours, and we completely disagree. His family values are nothing like ours. He said to people who are opposed to him that our decisions to be against him were made in haste, and that if we were against him in his nightclub, that we haven't formed our own opinion. He also claimed that there were letters sent out to the neighborhoods that talked about prostitution and strip clubs. I received one of those letters, and it didn't have either of those words in there. So based on his track record of not telling the truth, I can see him making up these things to support himself. And as well as the testimony that is in his his folder of all the people who've written in to support him. Where's that support on the actual website? Where's the actual data? Because the actual data shows only 32 people have written in support of his project. I'm really upset about the idea of citizen enforcement of compliance. You're giving me a full-time job without pay to go to this establishment and make sure that they only have the 500
Madison,
people.
If you could wrap up your thoughts, your 3 minutes.
And it's an EDM drug culture. Do you guys understand what an EDM drug culture is? This isn't just a
Are there any more people who would like to speak on this application? If not, I will ask the applicant to come forward, and you have, is it 10 minutes? To address the concerns of the public before we have any questions or move to
Madam Chair,
deliberations.
I had a couple of points I wanted to make in
Sure.
response to that the applicant can't, just because he doesn't know the code like I do. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. First was there were some questions even from the commissioners regarding the outdoor activity for the outdoor entertainment. The same code section that's referenced for the indoor activities in the music venue is applicable for the outdoor. That has specific hours as well, which limit it from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. Obviously through the CUP. If future outdoor services or uses were to be proposed, those could be limited further than that. But I just wanted to note that it already was limited within the code if it were to happen in the future. But again, he's not proposing that now. Secondly, I completely understand the traffic concerns there. And you have no idea how much I would wish that the city had more control over the roads here, but unfortunately that's not the way it goes. I did want to share my screen real quick. Just to reiterate, there were some concerns about only having one access point in and out. And with that would be the right in, right out access to Ustick. But with the construction of the access point to Cajun Lane, they will have another access out to Eagle Road. I know that there was a comment about only having one. Second to that, I do have a condition that they work with the Villasport applicant, which apparently one of them was on the call tonight. And they would also help work with them to get a cross access here, which they already have the agreement, but the driveway itself is not constructed yet. So to get the driveway constructed earlier, sooner rather than later. And then I also didn't reiterate where the ride share was. I wasn't sure the applicant was going to speak to that, but it's hard for staff to enforce that, so I didn't find it necessary to put that on the site plan. But the applicant has stated that these spaces on the west side of the building would be used for the ride share, the pickup area that they could restrict on site for that. Secondly, with the outdoor area, it can't be located within 50 feet of any property line. They would have like 10 feet right here that would be allowed to have it at all. So they're going to run out of room and that's prohibited at all within 50 feet. So I just wanted to touch on those few points that are related to code that the applicant wouldn't be able to touch on.
Thank you.
All right, I know it's late, so I will be as quick as I can. As it said, Socrates gave long speeches and his friends killed him. So these are just some graphics that I'd printed off regarding some of the points of the concerns. When we did our noise analysis, I actually went out there with a spectrometer and stood along Eagle Road to compare the sounds of the Eagle Road traffic in order to get these numbers. What I had mentioned earlier, the actual STC sound rating of just a single piece of plywood is what I base it off of. Obviously, there's a lot more to commercial building walls than just a single piece of plywood. That would yield our exterior sound pressure as designated in what's called decibel A weighted at 1 feet from the building, about 75 decibels. And then that is what this diagram shows. It's called the inverse square law. And how that works is sound dissipates as a square of the ratio of this doubling of distance from the actual source. So what that represents is here in the graph, the doubling of the distances out to the closest property line. You could show about 256 feet. The pressure would be about 43 A-weighted decibels. What does that actually mean? Here's another graph. 43 A-weighted decibels would put you just about here. And that's just above what would be the volume of a very quiet whisper. And just below that is the rustling of leaves. Would be the perceived sound effect at even before the actual first house. And keep in mind, there's, and this is assuming even the Villasport never comes to fruition. Regarding property values, this is actually handy because a gentleman presented this on the last planning and zoning hearing, and I printed it off, which is things that drag down the value of your home. And you'll notice that neither crime nor any of those make an appearance on here. Most of the things are like hospitals, power plants, cemeteries, homeless shelters, that type of thing. So the biggest difference I noticed about our overwhelming number of supporters, and the reason I say that those numbers exist, the opposition, because many of them have actually written into the city multiple times. That's where those counts come from. In fact, if you were to look through them line by line, how I did it is I took an iPad and I just went through and I circled and numbered every person that had submitted multiple times. Some people have actually submitted 8 times by the same person, and then they're using those as counts of opposition. The biggest thing I had noticed amongst the difference between the supporters versus the opposition is their reasoning. We estimate now that we have at least 25 to 30 supporters for every one person that's opposing it. Those are based on the numbers that we received off of our Facebook page, coordination, and then just word of mouth. Of course, I don't have any actual numbers to document these in actual study. On top of those are on top of the dozens of various businesses, groups, nonprofit organizations, wedding couples, associations, and musicians who are excited to use our facility. These are things I believe in as a core concept to our business. We're not doing these just as a facade in order to obtain a business. That's just not how I operate my business practices. But as you know, with your experience here on the commission, supporters rarely promote their voice. The person standing on the corner with a megaphone usually isn't the one yelling, "Boy, we really want another Walmart here." People have been pent up with COVID restrictions for over a year now, and they just want a place to let their hair down and dance and socialize again. The letters that both the city and I received were from people who were unique stories of why music was so important to them. They talked about that time that they had lost a family member, and it was this song that they'd remembered that had pulled them out of a very dark place. They talked about the time that they got engaged and realized that this song was playing on the radio. They talked about the time that they were in a grocery store and randomly bumped into the person that turned out to be the love of their life, and this song was playing on the speakers inside the store. Every one of their stories were unique, and they supported our project because they wanted to, and not because somebody told them to. While those opposed to our project have very real concerns that have the potential to impact the community, such as drunk driving or traffic, you can see with our comprehensive analysis in both the original narrative and what we presented here today that we've worked diligently to ensure that none of these concerns have an impact to the families of Meridian when compared to the massive benefit in both economics and overall need that the community as a whole has asked for over a decade. We expect to pay over $6,000 a month for insurance to operate as a multi-purpose venue. So we're not here just to serve alcohol and let them leave. When compared to over a dozen licensed establishments in the area, our insurance would never allow us to operate in a recklessly or an unsafe manner. The only way a bar would prevent real concerns such as drunk driving to occur would be to prevent over-serving. This is something I'd mentioned earlier in my, it seems like a while ago now. On the other hand, we have the ability to post staff at the doors, seeing patrons as they enter and exit, training bartenders and staff above and beyond what is required by law. And the combination of all those circumstances would allow us to effectively prevent nearly all incidents of drunk driving should they occur from our facility. Now, this hearing is to really discuss the potential impact of an alcohol establishment to our neighbors in the immediate area. Somehow, this wasn't a concern to those opposed to our project when this very same committee approved the permit for the Villa Sport, with an outdoor pool, a swim-up bar, outdoor speakers, all less than 30 feet from the closest house. Our facility is 10 times further, 1/12 the size, and have zero outdoor activities of any kind. Now, when I met our neighbors by handing out the neighborhood meeting invitations in person, many of them spent time to ask me about the project because they were excited to have a place not only to attend events and socialize without having to go downtown, but also a place to get good food later at night. Most of them told me flat out they would not be attending our neighborhood meeting because they supported the project. Now, many of our supporters tonight weren't able to attend because they're still at work. Now, we don't have the same noise concerns as the complaints some have pointed out, like the Revolution Concert House, because our sound system is not engineered to be as loud as possible. It's designed for clarity while still allowing patrons at the rear of the building to carry on a conversation. Demonstrated that using sound scientific principles that even with zero soundproofing, the outside noise of our facility when measured to the closest house would always be less than the sound of the ambient traffic from Eagle Road. And even if the Villa Sport never comes to fruition, which would act as a massive steel and concrete sound barrier, our neighbors would never realize our facility was in operation unless they constantly thought about it. At the end of the day, this project is about one thing: the music. The rare thing in this world that doesn't care what age, race, gender, or religion that you are. And unlike those categories, music only serves to unite people and not to divide them in any way. Thank you again for your time, and we ask for your approval for the project.
Any other questions from the commission for this applicant? Commissioner Yearsley, you came off mute. Did you have a question or a motion?
No, I don't have a question at this time.
Okay, if there's no other questions for the applicant or staff, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing for item H-2021-0004.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to close the public hearing for H-2020-2021-0004. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Commissioner Yearsley, were you wanting to start us off?
Sure. I have to admit I'm a little conflicted on this one. I understand what he wants to do, and I don't think it's a bad thing to do. I am concerned about how close it is to residential. He keeps stating that the noise won't be greater than the road, which the road noise is pretty loud within itself. And I've never been to a concert that said, let's turn the volume down. So I'm still concerned that the noise from the music will be loud. And even if there is a concrete block in front of him that block that noise, you'll still hear that noise. We live over off of Eagle and Victory, and we still hear the noise from the speedway. So sound does travel well. So I am concerned. My two big concerns are the sound and the parking. Where he doesn't have the other agreements in place, I'm a little concerned about that. I prefer to see those agreements in place for some cross-access easements on the other properties as well before considering approval. And that's all I have for now.
Commissioner Holland, you're off mute.
I am off mute. I'm the same. I'm a little bit conflicted on this one. So in general, I think we all like music. I don't think that's the question. I think the challenge is location and making sure that this specific spot meets what the needs of the comprehensive plan are. I think to places where music venues work really well. I've been to Nashville many times. It's one of my favorite cities. Part of the reason that the venues there work for their nightclub atmosphere, where they have lots of dancing and lots of music, is that it's mostly in their urban core where it's very walkable and they've got easy access to get kind of in and out of places. The challenge, I think, with this specific site is its proximity to Eagle and Ustick. I think if it was a proposal within the village, I would feel differently about it than I do where it's at on Eagle and Ustick. If it was somewhere downtown, I would feel different about it, maybe even different in 10 Mile Crossing because there's more walkability and connected pathways. So if I was in the applicant's shoes, I would say I certainly see Brian's enthusiasm and I appreciate and encourage him to continue exploring this project. I think he's put a lot of effort and a lot of really good comprehensive thought into it. I think he definitely did some research when he was putting together his presentation to us. But for me, it really comes down to the challenges of the location itself and making sure that we make that in the right spot. If it was just a restaurant being proposed that had alcohol being served and it was a place that happened to play music, I don't think I would have the same concerns. I think it's the nightclub atmosphere, which again, I'm not opposed to having in Meridian. I think nightclubs are a great option for people who want to go out and dance. And I don't think that we're opposed to dancing. We're not opposed to music. It's about finding the right location. And I have concerns with the right in, right out, and the way that traffic would flow in and out of this complex, that there could be some impacts on the residential community nearby. So I would encourage the applicant to look towards maybe talking with the folks at Brighton who put in a request tonight for 83 commercial lots in the 10 Mile area, or maybe looking at the village, or maybe looking at potentially a downtown property if they wanted to find an option. And that's my initial thoughts. But again, I could be swayed hearing other thoughts from the commission because I am torn. I don't want to say no to new music venues and business opportunity. I just want to make sure it's the right place for the comprehensive plan and the best interest of the city.
Mr. Grove.
Madam Chair, I think Commissioner Holland summed up a lot of how I feel about this as well. Definitely torn. Personally, I would love to see this downtown, but that's just a personal preference probably on some of that. But looking at the criteria in the staff report for what we are to base this decision on, I'm just kind of going through the 8 points starting on page 18 of the report. And, you know, as I tick down the list, you know, for the most part, it's coming up yes, in terms of meeting those criteria. There's a few that I think deserve a lot of discussion, but just trying to have some very clear basis of what we're looking at, I guess, in terms of how we're making our decision. You know, it's a little bit different than something that's coming in and asking for a rezone and platting and all those types of things. And so the challenge, and is why I kind of asked Joe at the beginning, what is the criteria that we are judging this against? I think taking the fact of what's been presented versus the emotion of what's been presented is going to be key to coming to a good resolution on this application. So I'm torn, and I don't necessarily have a set vote yes or no yet, but I just kind of wanted to throw that out there as we start discussing.
Mr. Casanelli.
Okay. Concerns, I don't know if the internal noise, I don't see as a huge issue. To me, it would be issues out in the parking lot. That's why I did ask the applicant about what they were going to do, you know, for that. And the plan might be to have security out in the parking lot, but is that going to happen? I think the parking lot and out behind the building are where issues might happen at 1 a.m. And some of this stuff, I'm speaking from personal experience way back in the day. Traffic, my concern there is it's Cajun Way. I think if this weren't in an area that wasn't so constrained, it wouldn't be a big deal. But this is a very, and again, I mean, every time we get one of these infill things, they're difficult. Throw us an infill deal like this that has the use that it is with a nightclub, makes it even 100-fold. But if there were a real easy way in and out, I'm not worried about at 1 a.m, people leaving. I don't think that, that's not going to be an issue. There won't be any cars on U-Stick or Eagle. That's not the issue. So I'm not super concerned about that. It's how they're getting in and out of this space. And using Cajun is that's a tough one, because then that funnels people into that neighborhood behind there. If you've had a couple to drink, you may not know which way Eagle Road is when you go through a roundabout and get twisted around the neighborhood and wind up hitting a parked car. Those are narrow streets through there, so they're not normal width there. So that's a concern. My other concern, I don't think there's enough parking. Personally, I think the numbers that we're looking at are a little bit under, I would say. I think, you look at employees, there's on a Friday, Saturday night, 20, 25 employees based on everything they'll have going there. That, and then they'll all come in one car, in their own car. I don't see people piling in 4 and 5 to a car to go to a nightclub. It's going to be 3 probably on average, going in there. And certainly, you know, on the way home, maybe you'll utilize rideshare, but so I don't know if there's enough parking. My 2 biggest concerns would be the traffic that this would funnel out through the neighborhood, and parking. And right now they don't, if there were an agreement with Villasport, but Villasport's going to be open till midnight on these nights too. So I don't know that, how open Villasport would be to allow parking. So those are my concerns. And I just think it's maybe in this situation trying to stick a square peg in a round hole. I would love to see it. So let me get back to that. I would, you know, it may not be my cup of tea, but I think it would be a great asset to Meridian. I just don't think it's the best location. If they came in first and other things were built around it, but it's trying to get it into this infill project. Just doesn't fit with the traffic. To me, with the traffic and the parking are the big stickers I have.
Commissioner Lorcher?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mentioned this at another planning and zoning meeting. When there's a piece of dirt in front of your subdivision, unless you own that piece of dirt, we don't always get a say of what it's going to be. We know it's going to be commercial, but it could be anything. It could be anything. And just because we might not be the patrons of it, is it our judgment to say that it belongs there, it doesn't belong there? So I think because there is not a good neighbor agreement between the other businesses at this point in time, and where there is going to be overflow parking, in order for all of these businesses to work together, if that could be resolved, I would support a conditional use permit. I'm not worried about the noise. He's going to build a building that's going to be airtight, and there's not going to be children walking around at 1 o'clock in the morning or even midnight, and traffic could be negotiated. But unless he's a good neighbor and has that agreement, I used to own a tow truck company. We used to pull people off of other people's parking lots all the time. You're looking at a minimum of anywhere from $125 to $300 if you walk out of your club and your car's not parked where it's not supposed to be. And that's a huge, financial concern, because you're just creating enemies instead of having good neighbors for whomever you're going to be. So that would be my concern at this point in time.
Yeah, I think I'll chime in. I love the idea of this. I think it's, again, the applicant has obviously done a well thought out plan. I think it's something that would be beneficial in the city of Meridian. I am concerned that this exact spot is the right spot for it. And I guess I'm looking at the reason it requires a conditional use permit, was given to us by staff in their narrative. It's the indoor recreation facility is principally permitted in the CG zone unless it incorporates a music venue and is located within 1,000 feet of an existing residence. It then requires the conditional use permit, and that's just because then you've got to lay some common sense eyes on it and say, is this a fit? And at just a little over 300 feet instead of 1,000, I think that's a concern. And the bigger concern in my mind is the parking. The math just doesn't work on that. And I would agree with Commissioner Lorcher that, if there was an agreement in place for the parking, that there weren't going to be constant issues. I think we're we're setting up, creating bad neighbors amongst the business owners if that can't be resolved before this goes in. And I agree, unfortunately, this is the last thing in the building has already been approved. This is a conditional use for the building. If it's not this, it'll be something else. It'll be more stuff like the Jamba Juice. But I think we're setting ourselves up for bad business neighbors if we allow this to go through without the parking being resolved. Commissioner Yearsley.
So just looking at, from what I'm hearing from everybody else, there's some items that we have concerns about. The two things that I see with it is we give him a continuance for a month and have him, try to identify parking and try to get those agreements in place and other conditions, or I'm hearing a denial is kind of where I'm hearing. And so I'm kind of curious to where people are leaning. I would actually lean to a continuance for a month to give them an opportunity to work through some of that if you can.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Grove.
I'd be in favor of doing a continuance versus a denial. I think that we could definitely set some very set pieces of what we need to see different on this.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Casanelli.
One other thing that just kind of popped into my mind that came up in the very beginning of this with regards to parking. If even if it's the capacity is limited to 500, if fire code caps it at 700, like some of those numbers have been through there, how do you stop it at 5? And that not that the capacity inside would be an issue if there's room, but that goes to the parking. So even I think if we continue it based on parking being one of the issues, I think we really need to see some real rock solid agreements. Because obviously if that's what we're going to do, we got to give the applicant some guidance here, some just rock solid, that he can come back and say, I've got double the amount of spaces available to me in this area, or whatever the number might be. Because I could easily see the capacity going above 500 if fire department has 750. And again, and one of the questions I asked early on is how do we control that and whatnot. So that's a difficult thing to do. I think the applicant would probably say with the technology they're using at the door with scanning, you cut the number off, but who's to say if there's a line outside and people want to come in, you don't let them in if you're still under the fire code, because who's gonna walk through there and try and count people that are moving. I think he's got a plan for more than ample parking. I don't think it's near enough. So the thought there on that capacity number.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Holland.
I'm still a little bit worried about the traffic flow in and out, especially with the residential street that's there. Just the proximity of this to that residential. And I wish that I could pick up this project and move it to the village or move it downtown or move it to 10 Mile, because I think it wouldn't be a question for me at all if that was the case. So I'm still worried that if we extend it another month, we give maybe some false hope that we might be able to accomplish what we're hoping to. But I don't know that finding enough parking is really going to fix some of the challenges of the way traffic's going to flow in and out of this site. So that's still a concern of mine. I want to reiterate, I like Brian's enthusiasm. I like his energy. I like the concept of having a music venue in Meridian. I think it would be a nice amenity to have. This is not the place I would pick to put it. If it was a restaurant that had music, that'd be a different story. But when it's a nightclub and you've got later operating hours, and we do have Villa Sport that's got similar operating hours, I don't know that you're going to be able to work out a parking agreement that makes us all feel comfortable. So I'd hate to give false hope, but if the commission would like to move to continue it, I'm more than happy to give the applicant a chance to try and come up with coming back to us. And I would say there would be 3 things I would ask them to do is 1, work out a parking agreement and make sure that they can show they can meet their demand. 2, maybe come up with some sort of circulation plan of how they advise their patrons to come in and out of the site. And 3, that they would maybe work with the Meridian Police Department on kind of a safety plan and protocol. I think that was certainly a concern we heard from a lot of people when they think of nightclubs, just making sure that they feel comfortable. I know from personal experience, we have a nightclub we worked with in Kuna, and when the police department has a good relationship with the bouncers that work for the facility and they work collaboratively on coming up with a safety plan, it works much better for the community. So.
Madam Chair.
That I helped us, but.
Mr. Lorcher.
I would agree with a lot of the things that Chairman Holland said. I would like to see a solid, good neighbor plan in place, and would support a continuance so that he would have time to be able to consult with Villa Sports and the other businesses around there so that they have good neighbor relationships, because that would kill the business right then and there.
What parking totals would we be looking at?
Commissioner Grove, I don't know if it's so much as the totals as people just figuring if it's a continuous parking lot, they can go wherever they want. For example, when I had the tow company, we worked down in Garden City, and people would go to the Revolution nightclub but park in the Dairy Queen. Well, the Dairy Queen didn't want them. So as soon as they would park there, we would tow them at, like I said, at $300 a pop every time. So I think the lines aren't really specifically drawn if they're all connected, especially with streets on either side. But if there's a good neighbor agreement between all the different businesses, then you don't have to worry about that. And that's going to save a ton of people a ton of money if you hire a tow company or security to be able to do that every night. I mean, and that just makes everybody mad. I mean, I can't tell you, we never towed anybody and they came away happy. So, especially after a night of drinking and they're like, where the heck is my car? So to have an event like this, where it's going to be a music venue and people are just going to go where they need to go, having a good neighbor policy for parking is going to be imperative for him to be successful.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Grove.
I don't necessarily disagree with that. I think, though, in terms of telling the applicant, not just saying you need to have an agreement in place, but giving some target numbers for him to say, like, yes, we have an agreement, but it only got 5 spots. That doesn't really go to what the nature of the need is here. So I think we need to probably put some parameters around that. Just so that we have something to gauge against, since the applicant has something to work towards.
Mr. Holland. Madam Chair. Right now, I believe they have 125 stalls available. Is that what we heard? 4-to-1?
Yes.
So if that's the case, and we feel like a 3-to-1 ratio would be better, that would be 166. I think if we could say that they could meet 166 available parking stalls, maybe that would meet that ratio, or we could say 150, but maybe that gets us a little closer.
I think
Yeah,
that's a pretty good target.
Madam Chair,
Bill?
this is Bill. So if you look at the conditions of approval that we have in place, we are asking the applicant to establish a shared parking agreement with Villa Sport. I'm looking at their approved site plan and they had over 500 stalls. And that's why when you're talking, that's the concern that we had as staff is, yes, although the code requires 1 per 250, the code allows you to put more restrictive requirements on a conditional use permit. And so when we were analyzing this, I've dealt with that residential portion of that subdivision throughout my tenure with the city, and we put in speed humps or speed cushions in that private street because of the cut through traffic from Jimmy John's. There's been a lot of history that's gone on with that residential development, just with the commercial along Eagle there. And so that's why when Joe and I analyzed this project, it was, to me, what makes it work is that this area is just underdeveloped right now. If Villa Sport was in and that drive-through that you acted on this evening was in, all of a sudden we're talking 500 or 600 parking stalls, and we have multiple ways of getting in and out of here. And that's really what Joe and I try to lay out for you in the staff report. The only way this business is going to work is if there's cross parking, because you're right, you're going to create that situation where you're going to have business owners fighting against one another or having private property and no parking signs going up in the parking lot. And we're just going to create a code enforcement nightmare for ourselves. And in all due respect, I love the passion that the applicant has had too. It's just sometimes, we're tasked with providing safeguards on the conditional use permit. So don't think, even continuing this out, I think that's a great idea to do that and try to see if we can solidify some of those shared parking agreements. I think that's really, really critical. Him addressing the police and getting that safety plan, I like that suggestion. And also have him share with us how he plans to incentivize the Uber and the Lyft drivers to come use patrons, or people want to get discounted if they carpool. And we just don't have a lot of these details. So continuation is one avenue. The other thing is, if you just don't think you can get there, you can. Again, it's your purview to deny it, but giving him directions on how to gain an approval. But he has the ability to appeal it to city council. That's an option in the code. If he doesn't agree with your conditions or your decision, the applicant has the right to appeal that or go through city council review, just like Villa Sport did. So there's some options for you, but certainly from my perspective, this Villa Sport project needs to happen in order for this area to work. 125 parking stalls is just going to be pretty light. So let's give them some time. At least I was happy to see the landowner for Villa Sport was on the line tonight saying that he's willing to work with Brian. I think that was a small sliver of hope to help him get some additional parking to help what he's trying to achieve here. But to me, that's really, we've got to have all of these property owners working together. And as you know, that can be difficult sometimes.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Castanelli.
Bill, what would the applicant need in terms of an agreement with these other property owners that would really make sense? I mean, I'm not talking, yeah, you can use our parking spot on a cocktail napkin. That's obviously not good enough. How much detail are we talking about here? Would he get a number of spots from one of the neighboring locations? What would, from your experience, what exactly would he need?
Well, anytime we get a written agreement for a project, I always send them up to Ted in legal because I want him to make sure we're on solid ground, because I want him, a lot of times these agreements have language in there that they can terminate at any time. And we want to make sure whatever we're agreeing to or whatever's they're agreeing to, that it kind of stays in place for that business owner. But typically we can't always control a private contract between property owners. So that's why we've tried to structure this approval to say, coordinate or work with that property owner, establish a shared parking agreement. I don't have a site plan to share with you. I have the Villa Sport site plan pulled up, but to the south of this building, in this multi-tenant building that we're talking about this evening, there is probably 100 stalls to the south of them that I would think realistically the applicant could or possibly would negotiate use of that parking. And then also that multi-tenant building with the drive-through this evening had an additional 32 stalls. So we're looking at potentially doubling the parking just near the vicinity of this building would, I think, help this applicant tremendously to just provide some additional parking. I don't think he needs to go that drive aisle that comes off of Ustick and ties into Cajun, anything kind of west of that, Villa Sport, I think could probably preserve their interest there. It's just everything kind of south of this existing site. That I think the negotiations need to happen and try to figure out how they can come up with a game plan to get a shared parking agreement in place. And a month may allow the applicant time to do that. I don't have a magical number for you. That's why we said work out an agreement and let's see if that's a good compromise. But I think at least getting more than what's out there is probably a good compromise.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
A concern that just brought up is, Bill, you saying it's a private agreement between two individuals. If
Mr. Castanelli, our legal is ready to advise here for a second. I think you might answer your question.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's what I was hoping to do. We look at cross-parking agreements the same way we look at cross-access agreements. And in a cross-access, it's like you can use my property, I can use your property, we can, free access in and out. Most cross-parking agreements just say this is my lot, this is your lot. Your people can park on mine, my people can park on yours. So if you're going to do that, you're going to the commission needs to identify which lots. Is it just to the south or does it include Villa Sport? You want everything? I mean, this is what a shopping center does, is that every single business shares all that parking. And I think that might be what you're looking for. As to the form of the agreement, they are recorded documents against the land. We would look to make sure that it runs with the land. So if the owners change, the property or the cross parking stays in place. So yeah, those are the types of things that we would review for, and we're happy to provide. Can't draft it for him because I can't be his legal counsel, but I can show him what we've approved in the past.
Okay.
Yeah, can the commission see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so here's where the Oasis or the building that Oasis is looking to locate on. So here's what I'm talking about. And here's all that parking to the south of them. And then here's the drive aisle that comes off of Ustick. So realistically, I think, I don't imagine Villa Sport's going to have too many people late night working out that'll be using this parking, and probably be more in this area here. And they also have this outlot over here. But again, if Villa Sport's willing to allow cross access and or shared parking over across all of this area, then that works as well too. But we don't know until at least Brian has that conversation, the applicant has that conversation with the gentleman that spoke this evening, and what they can get worked out.
I'd be willing to give them that opportunity. My concern would be on a parking agreement would be if say it was Villa Sport, just because I don't know the name of the other development there, but if it was Villa Sport, every Friday morning, Saturday morning, Sunday morning that Vilsport comes out, the parking lot is a mess. It's got trash all over it. They may decide to terminate that agreement, and then we're in a bad spot. Then we really have parking issues. Again, I'd be willing to give the applicant a try on it, but I look at this. I mean, if I know it's tough to find a spot in Meridian right now, but if you found a spot with better access, better parking, you could even up his capacity then to 700, 1,000 in a different location. I'm not saying I'm not going to try and talk him out of this location necessarily, but I see almost more positive somewhere else. But I'd be willing to certainly continue it to see if they can get some agreements. I would want to see the agreements. I think we not just a verbal, yeah, we got an agreement. I think it would be something that we would need to review and see how rock solid it is.
Madam Chair,
Holland.
I think that there's enough voices that I've heard of people wanting to give them a chance to come back to us that I'm gonna make a motion that we reopen the public hearing for H-2021-0004 for the Oasis for the purpose of setting a date to continue this application to make some requests.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to reopen the public hearing for H-2020-0004. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. While we've got the hearing open, do we want to just set a date, or do we want to ask the applicant what date he thinks he needs?
Madam Chair, I was thinking May 6th might give them enough time, because if we do the date before that, it might be too tight to work out a parking agreement like that. But I wanted to see what staff thought and see if the applicant might be open to doing May 6th.
I'm getting a nod from the applicant.
Madam Chair, staff would agree with that as well.
Okay. May 6th.
Madam Chair.
Oh. If you're going to speak, you need to come up to the microphone. And just to the date. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was going to point out something that was, a lot of the parking was covered in the narrative with the analysis that we did regarding rideshare ratios and the comparison of another.
And I think the commission has decided that
okay.
It's not adequate.
Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't know if that was touched
yeah.
on.
Okay. Yeah. No, we've decided it's not adequate. And if we want to, I think we're at either denial or continuing to see if you can resolve the parking issue.
I'd certainly appreciate the chance to be able to
okay.
try and work that out. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Holland.
You want me to make a stab at it?
Sure.
Madam Chair, real quick.
Sure, go ahead.
Commissioner Holland, could you maybe in the parking piece of it, make sure that, I know it's been talked about, but just since we're going to have it brought back, make sure that the ride share parking or ride share access piece is very clearly addressed. Thanks.
I will try my best. I'm going to go slowly so you can all correct me if I miss something. After considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to continue application for the Oasis H-2021-0004 for the hearing date of March 18th, 2021 to the hearing date of May 6th, 2021 for the purpose of allowing the applicant to help resolve a few issues for the commission, which include one, working with the Meridian Police Department on creating a safety plan and protocol and helping to follow any advanced guidelines that they might like to see for this establishment. 2, that the applicant would work on a circulation plan and a rideshare promotion plan to help enhance safety of the development, making sure that there is dedicated space for rideshare parking, and that they would come back with some enhanced notes for us on what that could look like. That they would put together a work towards establishing a shared parking agreement with their neighboring business owners, and that we would be seeking to see a minimum of at least 170 stalls. I'm going to throw a number out there that could help service this establishment, and that they would provide a copy of that agreement to the commission for our review. And that they would come back with a visual of how that parking agreement looks and what their suggested circulation plan looks like for the facility for customers coming and leaving. Did I miss it?
Moved and seconded
Can I make a modification?
Sure.
I forgot one note. I would also move that we're not reopening the conditional use permit for public testimony, but we are specifically opening it for the items discussed in the motion made.
Second stands.
Can we do that?
Madam Chair.
The second part of that?
I was going to chime in. I understand the intent of what was just stated by Commissioner Holland. When you reopen the hearing for specific issues and new information is provided to you, and there will be new information on the safety protocol, the circulation plan, the ride share parking, and the shared parking agreement. Those 4 issues, the public would be allowed to comment only on those. No repetition of what you've heard tonight. You've narrowed it down to these things, and the applicant gets a chance to present what he's found, and the commission and the public get a chance to comment, and he'll get to rebut, just like tonight. Those issues only.
I apologize and thank you for that clarification. I meant to say that we would limit it to discussion around those specific items, that we would limit public testimony to those specific items. So I would modify my motion to say that again. We would limit public testimony to be related to the 4 items that we asked them to come back to us with.
Second still stands.
Sorry,
It's been moved and seconded to continue the Oasis H-2021-0004 to the hearing date of May 6th for the items stated in the motion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries. We'll see you on May 6th.
Madam Chair.
Oh, Commissioner Holland, I know exactly what you're going to say. How does the rest of, I'll say it for you. How does the rest of the commission feel about opening the next item, or are we out of gas? And I guess before we have that discussion, I will open it up to Madam Clerk to tell us what's on the next agenda before we make that decision.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next.
Yeah.
Our next meeting is April 1st. On that meeting, there are currently 3 hearings scheduled. One is a conditional use permit for a drive-through. The other is Meridian South Fire Station and Police Substation annexation. And the other one is a conditional use permit for a multifamily development, as well as a preliminary plat. The second. My apologies. Mr. Dodson just pointed out we actually have an additional hearing that night on 3175 North 10 Mile, which is a rezone. On April 15th, there are currently 3 hearings. One is for annexation and a preliminary plat. Another one is a modification to the conditional use permit for Pine 43 Apartments. And the third is Robert's annexation for annexation of 2 acres.
Given that, what would the commission prefer to do this evening?
I say April 1st.
Agreed. I think all it would take would be a motion. We'd need to continue item.
Madam Chair, do we need to check with the applicant on that, on those days, make sure that
Who do we have here tonight for Skybreak? Madam Clerk. Yeah, I don't. Yeah. If the applicant is online, please raise your hand. Otherwise, we're going to assume you're not here anyway. So could I get a motion to continue item H-2020-0127 Skybreak Neighborhood to the meeting date of April 1st?
Madam Chair, make that motion if we are able to put them first on the agenda for new business.
Absolutely.
I'll second that.
It has been moved and seconded to continue item H-2020-0127 to the hearing date of April 1st and be the first item on the agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Yearsley.
I move we adjourn.
Matt, I got a question. I got a comment before we do that. Do we want to, just a quick one, and should we make it a time limit of going into a new item?
I think we've kind of done that on the fly. I think it'll depend on what's, at the end, but I think we've kind of established that this last couple of times. Yeah. I don't think we want to get into that. We never know what, the next couple of weeks
tonight,
can look even worse. So. I think we've kind of established a routine here that if it gets starting a new one past 11, we kind of take a look at it.
All right, then we have a motion on the
Still
floor.
stands.
Has it been moved and seconded to adjourn? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.